Welcome back to Background Historian. Tonight we begin a peaceful journey into the heart of ancient Babylon, one of the world's earliest centers of civilization. Over the course of this series, we will drift slowly through the daily lives, beliefs, and quiet rhythms of the people who lived along the Tigris and Euphrates thousands of years ago. We will explore their homes and courtyards, their gardens and temples, their festivals, their stories, and the calm routines that shaped life in the land between the rivers. So settle in, let your breathing soften, and allow the ancient world to rise gently around you as we begin our walk through Babylon. Part 1. Dawn over the two rivers, the geography and spirit of Mesopotamia. Before stories, before cities, before writing and mathematics and kings, there was the land itself. A land shaped by water, sunlight, and ancient soil. A land that would one day become Babylon. To understand Babylon, we begin here, in this quiet landscape, long before temples rose or laws were carved onto stone. We begin with the earth itself, the stretch of land between the Tigris and the Euphrates, where dawn comes softly over riverbanks lined with reeds, and warm breezes drift across fields that have been cultivated for more than 8,000 years. Let your breath settle. Imagine the horizon glowing in pale gold as the first light touches the rivers. Hear the slow murmur of flowing water. Feel the warmth of a distant sun rising over a land that once carried some of humanity's earliest civilizations. This is the setting of ancient Babylon. And this is where our journey begins. The land between the rivers, Mesopotamia's sacred geography. Mesopotamia means the land between the rivers. It is a simple name, yet it captures the essence of the region's identity. Everything, food, movement, belief, myth, and the destiny of whole kingdoms, was shaped by the Tigris and Euphrates, two long, winding rivers that carved life into the desert. The Tigris, swift and unpredictable. The Tigris flowed quickly, fed by mountain snowmelt from the north. Its currents were often strong, its path shifting with storms or seasonal floods. It was a river of power, respected, watched, and carefully managed through canals and levees. To the people who lived near it, the Tigris was a living presence. Its sound accompanied labor in the fields, carried boats from city to city, and filled the night air with a constant hum that seeped into the rhythm of daily life. The Euphrates, broad, gentle, and fertile. The Euphrates moved more slowly, wandering across the plain in sweeping curves. It nourished orchards, barley fields, and gardens. Its waters were diverted into long canals, feeding irrigation networks that helped Babylon grow into a city of abundance. Together, the Tigris and Euphrates created a fertile corridor across what is now Iraq, a band of green woven through a landscape of desert browns and soft ochre sands. This land gave rise to some of humanity's earliest settlements. It supported herds, inspired myths, and offered both danger and nourishment in equal measure. The climate, a world of heat, light, and cycles. The people of Babylon woke each day to a climate shaped by extremes. Summers. Long, hot, and dry. The sun hung high in a sky bleached nearly white by heat. Farmers began work before dawn to escape the midday blazing light. In cities, people rested indoors during the hottest hours, emerging at dusk when the air finally began to cool. Winters. Mild, sometimes rainy, with cool nights and gentle breezes. This was the season of plowing fields, mending tools, and preparing for the year ahead. Spring. A time of floods, when melting snow from distant mountains sent water rushing down the rivers. Crops were planted then, relying on the moisture left behind by retreating floodwaters. Autumn. The season of harvests, offerings, and celebrations. As evenings grew a little cooler, festivals lit up courtyards and temple grounds, filling the air with music and the smell of incense. The climate shaped everything: clothing, architecture, customs, work schedules, and even spirituality. In Babylon, nature was not a background. It was a living force, a daily companion, a teacher. The Mesopotamian sky, stars that guided civilizations. Above the flat plains of Mesopotamia stretched an enormous sky, a vast, clear, and brilliant with stars at night. Because the land was level and open, the heavens appeared like a great dome resting directly on the horizon. Stars rose and set with a clarity seldom seen in modern skies. Babylonian priests and scholars watched this sky carefully. They saw the arc of the moon, the path of Venus, the slow drift of constellations, the movements of Jupiter and Mars. From these observations came the earliest forms of astronomy. The stars told farmers when to plant. They guided travelers across deserts. They signaled the arrival of festivals and sacred days. The night sky was not merely beautiful, it was meaningful. It carried messages from the gods, recorded in the shifting patterns of light. In later chapters, we will explore the deep intellectual legacy of Babylonian astronomy. But for now, simply imagine those early nights, warm desert breezes, the soft glow of starlight over the river, and the sense that the universe itself was watching. The first villages, life before Babylon. Long before Babylon rose, the land was home to small communities of farmers and fisherfolk. These early villages were made of mud brick houses arranged around open courtyards. People grew wheat, barley, and lentils. They built simple canals. They learned how to store grain for winter. They domesticated goats and sheep. They carved tools from stone and later from metal. They also sang songs to the land, told stories by firelight, and performed rituals to honor the forces that governed rain, river, and harvest. These early practices formed the roots of what would become Babylonian religion. The later great gods of Mesopotamia, Marduk, Ishtar, Nabu, had deep echoes in older village spirits tied to water, fertility, and the cycles of nature. Life was hard, but it was steady. People lived with the rhythms of the rivers, building a relationship with the land that lasted thousands of years. The creation of canals, Mesopotamia's lifelines. The rivers provided water, but they could not irrigate fields on their own. To survive, early Mesopotamians had to shape the landscape with care and intelligence. Over generations, they built canals, levees, embankments, reservoirs, feeder channels, sluice gates. These hydraulic systems were communal efforts. Villages worked together to clean canals each spring, distribute water fairly, and repair damage from floods. The result was a landscape transformed by human hands. From above, it would have looked like a network of shining threads running across the earth, carrying water to fields that produced abundant grain. This collaboration laid the foundation for later city-states. Irrigation required organization, leadership, and cooperation, qualities that naturally grew into more formal political structures. By the time Babylon rose, the region already had centuries of experience in managing water and coordinating communities. This was not a wilderness. It was an early engineering marvel, shaped by thousands of quiet, hard-working people. The spirit of water, life, danger, and sacred meaning. In Mesopotamia, water was everything. Because it could bring both life and destruction, it held deep spiritual meaning. The Euphrates could overflow, submerging fields. The Tigris could shift suddenly, changing its course. A poor harvest meant hunger. A great flood could destroy a village. So water became sacred. It entered rituals in many ways. Libations poured into the soil. Purification rites in temple courts. Symbolic washing before offerings. Mythic stories of floods, gods, and renewal. Seasonal festivals honoring the return of life. Babylonian mythology contains the famous tale of the flood, a story that predates later versions found in Hebrew and Greek texts. It reflects a profound cultural memory of rivers capable of sweeping away whole communities. But water was also a blessing. When managed, it brought fertility, wealth, and abundance. Water gave rise to orchards, date palms heavy with fruit, apricot and fig trees, groves of pomegranates glowing in the sun. It fed barley fields and reed marshes. It nourished life in every form. To live in Mesopotamia was to live with water as a daily companion. The dawn atmosphere of Babylon's early landscape. Before Babylon became a city of temples and walls, before Hammurabi carved his laws, before scribes filled clay tablets with writing, there were mornings like this. The sun rises slowly over the flat horizon. The air is cool, carrying the scent of wet soil near the river. Villagers wake to the distant call of birds over the marshes. Smoke threads upward from small hearths inside mud brick houses. Women knead dough, shaping flatbreads for baking. Children chase each other through alleys lined with clay jars and woven baskets. Men gather tools for the day's work in the fields. Some prepare fishing nets. Others lead goats to pasture. Others walk toward the canals to check the gates and channels after the night's quiet flow. The world is simple, but it is not primitive. It is organized, rhythmic, and attuned to nature. It carries a sense of purpose. This was the world that Babylon grew out of, a world shaped by countless ordinary mornings over thousands of years. The flow towards civilization. From these early landscapes came major innovations. Writing. First used to record grain, taxes, and trade. Urban planning. Villages expanded into towns with districts, levees, temples, and protective walls. Law and contracts. As society grew more complex, people wrote agreements and standardized justice. Mathematics. Babylonians developed advanced calculations tied to land measurement and astronomy. Astronomy. Night skies inspired large-scale tracking of celestial patterns. Religious organization. Simple offerings evolved into temple rituals with priests and sacred festivals. Civilization did not appear suddenly. It rose gradually from cooperation, observation, and the need to manage life in a challenging but fertile land. The spirit of the Mesopotamian day. A typical day in ancient Mesopotamia had a rhythm shaped by environment. Morning. Cool and busy. People worked in fields, traveled, or opened shop. Midday. Hot and still. Work slowed. People rested. Evening. Cool again. Families gathered, cooked simple meals, and shared stories. Night. A quiet time. Stars filled the sky. Priests observed the heavens. Children slept on rooftops to escape the heat. Animals settled. A sense of peace fell across the land. This rhythm remained largely unchanged for thousands of years, even as cities grew and kingdoms rose. The Babylonian soul of the land. The people of ancient Mesopotamia believed that the land was alive with spiritual presence. Fields had spirits. Marshes had guardians. Storms carried messages from the gods. Floods were seen as divine forces, not natural accidents. The earth itself had a personality, sometimes generous, sometimes stern. This worldview shaped everything from farming to architecture to moral behavior. To disrespect land or water was to disrespect the divine. Because of this, Mesopotamian people lived with profound attention. They listened to changes in wind. They tracked the rivers rising. They greeted morning light with gratitude, setting the stage for Babylon. By the time the first foundations of Babylon were laid, the region had already accumulated centuries of agricultural wisdom, complex spiritual traditions, established trade networks, skilled potters, weavers, and builders, early government structures, rich mythology, a highly cooperative society. Babylon inherited all of this. It did not appear from nothing. It rose from the labor, imagination, and beliefs of the people who lived here long before the city's name was known. In later chapters, we will walk through the rise of this city, how it became a center of learning, commerce, and sacred authority. But before we can understand Babylon fully, we must remain here a moment longer, in the quiet dawn of its land, the birthplace of its identity. A sleep-friendly closing, morning over the rivers. Imagine now the first sunlight touching the slow waters of the Euphrates. A soft breeze stirs the reeds. The air smells faintly of earth and water, warm in places where yesterday's sun still lingers in the bricks. The land is quiet, ancient, and patient. Birds call across the marshes. A fisherman pushes a small boat into the river. A farmer kneels to touch the soil, checking moisture for the day's tasks. Children peek out from shaded doorways. Dogs trot along narrow alleyways in search of morning scents. This is the world that gave birth to Babylon. A world of rivers, fields, courtyards, and endless sky. A world shaped by water and sunlight. A world that moved gently through cycles of work, rest, ritual, and renewal. Let this calm ancient morning settle into your thoughts. Let the quiet flow of the Tigris and Euphrates guide you toward rest. Part 2. The Rise of Babylon, a sleep-friendly history. Before Babylon became a name whispered through history, before its ziggurats pierced the sky or its laws were etched into stone, it began as something far more modest, a quiet settlement near the Euphrates, surrounded by marshland, irrigation channels, and fields of barley that rippled softly in the wind. Its beginnings were simple, almost unremarkable. Yet from these humble origins, a city would rise that shaped languages, sciences, myths, and the imagination of countless civilizations. To understand Babylon's later greatness, we must move back in time, slowly, gently, and follow the soft thread of its early growth. Let your breath settle. Imagine the landscape again, warm earth underfoot, the smell of clay drying in the sun, and the peaceful trickle of canal water flowing through hand-dug channels. This was Babylon before the empire. And in these first chapters, we walk quietly through its beginnings. From Sumerian roots to a new identity. Every great city grows from the soil of an earlier culture. Babylon emerged from the world shaped by the Sumerians, whose cities, Uruk, Ur, Lagash, Eridu, shone in southern Mesopotamia long before Babylon rose. The inheritance from Sumer. The Sumerians gave the region the first writing systems, the earliest laws, advanced irrigation, monumental temples, mathematics based on the number 60, myths and hymns that influenced later cultures. Their cities were vibrant centers filled with priests, farmers, merchants, and artisans. Roads connected city-states across the plain, and canals bound them even more tightly. When Babylon first appeared in written records, it was not yet a grand city. It was a small town influenced by these older Sumerian centers. Absorbing their rituals, learning their technologies, and speaking a language shaped by Sumerian ideas. A settlement with many names. Early texts refer to Babylon in ways that differ from the later famous name Barbalim, meaning Gate of the Gods. Its earliest identity may have been local, tied to geography or clan groups. But as centuries passed, the city's spiritual significance grew, and the name Gate of the Gods became a symbol of its rising prestige. The Akkadians and Babylon's first blossoming. Around 2300 BCE, the region was united under the Akkadian Empire, led by Sargon of Akkad. His empire stretched across much of Mesopotamia, and during this period, Babylon slowly grew in stature. The influence of Akkadian language. Akkadian, a Semitic language, blended with Sumerian culture to create a new hybrid world. This language, with its gentle consonants and soft vowel rhythms, became the voice of diplomacy, trade, and administration. Babylon, still a young city, absorbed this linguistic and cultural shift. Its scribes learned new scripts. Its officials adopted new titles. Its religious life expanded under new influences. A city in the shadows of giants. During the Akkadian period, Babylon was not the greatest city, it was not yet known for its grandeur. It existed in the shadow of larger urban centers. But it gained importance because of its location. Near the Euphrates. Along major trade routes. Within fertile lands. At a crossroads for merchants and travelers. Quietly, steadily, Babylon grew. The third dynasty of Ur and Babylon's early identity. After the Akkadian Empire faded, the Sumerians briefly regained power under the third dynasty of Ur. During this era, Babylon remained a provincial town, but its foundations strengthened. The rise of local kings. Local rulers began asserting autonomy. Small cities like Babylon, once under the control of distant kings, started to form their own identities. Temples were expanded. City walls were strengthened. Cult practices became more localized. Babylon was preparing for its future, though no one at the time could have predicted it. The Old Babylonian period, the city takes shape. Around 1900 BCE, Babylon's fortunes changed dramatically. Amorite tribes from the west settled across Mesopotamia, bringing new leadership and new cultural influences. Amorite kings. The Amorites adopted Mesopotamian ways while adding their own traditions. Their rule was both practical and spiritual, focused on stability, irrigation, and strengthening local institutions. Under the Amorites, Babylon began to flourish. Canals multiplied. Temples expanded. Trade increased. Political influence grew. The city became something new, not just a settlement, but a regional power. Hammurabi's father, the quiet foundation. Before Hammurabi became a towering figure in history, his father Sinmabalit laid the groundwork. Organizing defenses, improving agriculture, securing alliances, managing city finances, expanding the Temple of Marduk. When Hammurabi ascended to the throne, Babylon was ready for greatness. Hammurabi, the king who raised Babylon to glory. Hammurabi, who ruled from 1792 to 1750 BCE, transformed Babylon from a regional city into the heart of an empire. But our purpose here is not to recount battles or conquests with dramatic flair. Instead, we will explore his reign as a gentle turning point. A shift in administration, culture, and identity. The Code of Hammurabi. One of Hammurabi's most enduring legacies is his Code of Laws. Carved onto a tall basalt stele, these laws standardized justice across his growing kingdom. But beyond punishments and regulations, the code brought stability, predictability, trust in the legal system, unity among diverse communities. For the ordinary person, Hammurabi's rule meant fewer disputes, clearer expectations, and a sense of security. The growth of Babylon's prestige. As Hammurabi expanded his influence, scribes came to study in Babylon. Merchants flocked to its markets. Temples gained wealth. Craftsmen found patronage. Neighboring cities acknowledged Babylon's authority. Babylon became a city not only of politics but of culture and spirituality. Marduk, the spiritual heart of the rising city. No exploration of Babylon's rise is complete without acknowledging the god Marduk, who came to embody the city's identity. Earlier Mesopotamian religions honored many gods, but as Babylon rose, so did the prominence of Marduk. From local deity to supreme god. Initially, Marduk was a local patron god. But as Hammurabi's power grew, Marduk was elevated, given authority over other gods, honored in new hymns, worshipped in expanded temples, celebrated during major festivals. In myth, Marduk defeated the chaos dragon Tiamat, establishing cosmic order. This mythic victory mirrored Babylon's political ascendance. The Temple of Esagila. Marduk's primary temple, Esagila, stood at the spiritual center of Babylon. It was vast, beautifully decorated, filled with incense, tended by priests who performed daily rituals. As the temple grew, so did the city's reputation as a religious and cultural center. The early city layout, streets, houses, and courtyards. By the time Hammurabi's dynasty matured, Babylon had developed into an impressive city. A city of sun-dried brick and light. Homes were built of mud brick. Cool in summer, warm in winter. The city was organized into winding streets and alleys, punctuated by wide avenues near temples and administrative buildings. Courtyards as the heart of homes. Every home had a courtyard, open to the sky, where families gathered, where cooking was done, where children played, where stories were told, where cool night air flowed down from open rooftops. Canals and waterways. Canals ran through and around the city. Their gentle sounds filled the air at night. Ferries carried goods from one district to another. Water was ever present, a source of life and a symbol of the city's prosperity. Trade routes and the wealth of Babylon. Babylon's rise was fueled by trade. Its location placed it at crossroads connecting Anatolia, the Levant, Persia, Arabia, The Persian Gulf. Merchants carried copper, tin, timber, spices, wool, dye, precious stones, jewelry, grain. Babylon became a city where goods, stories, and cultures flowed together like the waters of its canals. The spirit of daily life in Old Babylon. Even as power grew, the rhythms of ordinary life remained grounded in farming, weaving, brewing beer, baking bread, teaching children, honoring ancestors, caring for animals, celebrating festivals. People lived in close communities. Houses shared walls, creating shaded alleys. Neighbors exchanged food and assistance. Musicians played during evening gatherings. Temples offered a steady anchor for public life. Babylon was not only a city of kings and priests. It was a city of families, craftsmen, scribes, and farmers, people whose quiet routines formed the foundation of its greatness. The slow rise to legendary status. Over centuries, Babylon's reputation grew. It became a center of learning, a center of law, a center of religious authority, a city of mythic imagery, a symbol of civilization. Travelers spoke of its markets, its temples, its wealth, its gardens. Scribes preserved its myths. Priests elevated its rituals. Children heard stories of its founders and gods. By the time later empires, Assyrian, Kassite, and Persian, encountered Babylon, it was already legendary. A sleep-friendly closing, twilight over the early city. Imagine now an early evening in ancient Babylon, long before its empire reached full height. The sun sets gently behind the horizon. The Euphrates glows with soft reflections of orange and gold. Smoke drifts upward from courtyard kitchens. Women grind grain as children chase each other through the shadows. A priest lights incense at a temple altar. Merchants close their stalls for the night. The city is calm, warm, and alive. Not yet the Babylon of gardens and gates and grandeur, but already filled with spirit, purpose, and quiet brilliance. This is the Babylon that rose from the land between the rivers. This is where its story truly begins. Let this ancient dusk settle softly into your thoughts. Let the peaceful murmurs of early Babylon guide you gently toward rest. Part 3. Daily life in ancient Babylon, homes, courtyards, food, and family rhythms. Before Babylon was a symbol in stories or a name carried across centuries, it was first and foremost a living city, filled with ordinary people moving gently through their daily rhythms. It was a place of courtyards and clay ovens, rooftop nights and morning bread, soft conversations in the shade, and the quiet hum of life shaped by the rivers and the heat of the plains. To understand Babylon, we must step into this everyday world, into the homes, families, meals, and small rituals that shaped the experience of most people who lived there. Let your breath slow as we wander through clay neighborhoods, listen to the soft creak of wooden doors, and feel the cool shade pooling within plastered courtyards. This is the heart of ancient Babylon. Not the kings, not the temples, but the ordinary homes where daily life unfolded with gentle steadiness. The layout of Babylon. Streets, alleys, and quiet neighborhoods. Babylon was not a city of straight, modern boulevards. Like most ancient cities, it grew organically, shaped by generations of families building and expanding their homes, adding rooms, raising walls, and connecting spaces through narrow walkways. Narrow streets and winding paths. A typical Babylonian neighborhood was a maze of narrow alleys, sun-dried brick walls, doorways opening directly into the street, stretches of shade where neighbors paused to talk. Some alleyways were so narrow that two people could barely pass without turning sideways. Others were wide enough for donkeys pulling small carts. These winding paths created a feeling of closeness. Sounds traveled easily. The smell of bread baking, spices simmering, or wet clay drying drifted from home to home. Districts and social clusters. The city was divided into districts, often centered around temples, marketplaces, family lineages, craft guilds, water access points. People tended to live near others who shared their trade or their extended kin group. This created neighborhoods with strong social bonds, places where everyone knew everyone else's children, where news spread quickly, and where daily life flowed with a sense of shared identity. Homes of Babylon, mud brick, rooftops, and courtyards. The typical Babylonian home was built from sun-dried mud brick. A warm, soft material that kept interiors cool during hot summers and insulated against the mild winter cold. Outer walls, quiet and unadorned. From the outside, Babylonian homes were simple. Flat mud brick walls. Wooden doors. Very few windows facing the street. The plain exterior protected privacy, reduced heat intake, and kept dust and wind at bay. It also made the inside feel like a secret world, hidden, calm, and intimate. The courtyard, the heart of the home. Once inside, the house opened into a bright, airy courtyard. This open space was essential to Babylonian living. It provided light for the surrounding rooms. It cooled the home at night. It acted as the family's gathering area. It was the center of cooking, weaving, and conversation. It offered a patch of sky in the middle of the house. Courtyards often had simple arrangements. Pottery jars for water. Clay ovens, tanners for baking. Woven mats. Benches made from mud brick and plaster. Shade cloths in summer. Small altars for daily offerings. In many ways, the courtyard was the soul of the home. Rooms around the courtyard. Rooms opened directly onto the courtyard. These spaces typically included reception rooms for guests, sleeping rooms, storage rooms for grain, dates, and oil, working spaces for craft or business, a small shrine area for household gods. Floors were plastered. Walls were smooth and sometimes whitewashed. Houses were functional but could also be surprisingly comfortable, with cushions, rugs, pottery, and decorated household items. Rooftops, the nighttime refuge. Rooftops were essential living spaces. Families often slept on the rooftops during hot summers, under the broad Mesopotamian sky. Imagine it! Warm wind over the bricks. Stars shimmering without city lights. The distant murmur of voices from nearby rooftops. Cool night air drifting across sleeping mats. The scent of date palms and baked clay lingering in the air. For many Babylonians, rooftops were places of rest, storytelling, cooling off, and watching the stars. Family life, kinship, respect, and the household as a tiny community. Babylonian families were large, multi-generational, and organized around respect for elders. Household structure. A typical household included father, mother, children, grandparents, sometimes aunts, uncles, or cousins. Occasionally servants or laborers. The household was an economic unit. Everyone worked. Everyone contributed. Responsibilities. Children helped with small tasks. Fetching water. Feeding animals. Gathering reeds. Grinding grain. Women managed many aspects of domestic life. Weaving cloth. Preparing meals. Managing household finances. Educating young children. Men often traded, farmed, crafted pottery or metal goods, maintained canals, participated in civic duties. But in Babylon, as in much of Mesopotamia, many tasks were shared depending on ability and season. Food in Babylon: bread, dates, barley, and the taste of the two rivers. Daily meals in Babylon were simple, nourishing, and shaped by what the rivers and fields could provide. Grain as the foundation. Barley was the staple of Babylonian life. It was baked into flatbread, brewed into beer, and cooked into porridge. Wheat was also eaten, though less commonly. Bread was baked in clay ovens heated with palm fronds or reeds. The smell filled every neighborhood at dawn and dusk. Dates, the sweet gold of Babylon. Date palms grew everywhere. Their fruit was eaten fresh, dried, made into syrup, used in cooking. Date groves lined canals and offered shade to travelers and farmers. Vegetables and herbs. Common foods included onions, garlic, cucumbers, leeks, lentils, chickpeas, turnips, herbs and spices like cumin, coriander, and sesame-flavored meals. Fish and meat. Fish from the rivers were an everyday staple. Pork, lamb, and goat were eaten but often reserved for special occasions. Most families could afford meat only occasionally. Beer and water. Beer, made from fermented barley bread, was consumed daily. It was nutritious, mild, and safer than untreated water. Water was taken from wells or carefully filtered canals. Meals were eaten in courtyards or indoors on mats, with families sitting together, sharing food in communal dishes. The rhythm of a typical Babylonian day. To fall into the calm pulse of Babylonian life, imagine a day unfolding softly under the sun. Early morning. Before dawn, the air is cool. Women knead dough. Men check tools or prepare for work. Children play quietly while the world wakes. Midday. Sunlight becomes intense. Many work tasks pause. People retreat into shaded rooms or rooftops to rest. Afternoon. Life resumes. Merchants reopen shop. Scribes write tablets. Children learn household crafts. Farmers return from fields. Women weave or prepare evening meals. Evening. As the heat fades. Families gather in the courtyard. Neighbors talk across rooftops. Musicians sometimes play flutes or lyres. Priests perform nightly offerings in temple courtyards. Night brings calm. Lamps glow softly. The air smells of baked clay and warm spices. Children in Babylon, education, games, and early responsibilities. Children were loved, valued, and taught practical skills from a young age. Education. Formal education was rare and reserved for boys destined to become scribes. These children studied cuneiform writing, mathematics, mythology, legal formulas, accounting. Most children learned from their families. Farming, weaving, pottery, animal care, household rituals, games. Babylonian children played with clay balls, small wooden toys, spinning tops, carved animal figurines, board games similar to early checkers. Their laughter often filled courtyards at dusk. Smells, sounds, and textures of Babylonian daily life. Babylon was a sensory world, soft, warm, textured, and vivid. Smells: bread baking, clay drying, incense in temples, date syrup boiling, oil lamps burning sesame oil. Sounds: water flowing through canals, donkeys braying, pots clinking, reeds rustling in the wind. Market cries: priests chanting softly at dawn. Textures: smooth plastered walls, woven reed mats, cool clay jars, soft wool garments, rough rope, warm bricks under bare feet. Daily life was rich, even when simple. The role of community, a city built from cooperation. Babylon was not an anonymous metropolis. It was a network of families and neighbors. People helped one another during harvest, when repairing city canals, when celebrating festivals, when mourning or celebrating life events. Community bonds were essential for survival in a climate that could be harsh. Night in Babylon, cool air, quiet streets, and rooftop dreams. As the sun set, the city transformed. The rooftop world. Families moved onto their rooftops, eating, talking, watching the stars, sleeping under the open sky. Nighttime brought relief from heat and a deep sense of peace. Temple glow. Temples remained active at night. Priests kept lamps burning. Offerings of incense sent thin smoke spiraling upward, perfuming the air with sacred scents. The chorus of a sleeping city. As night deepened, dogs barked in the distance. Boats creaked on the river. Wind rustled palm fronds. Lullabies drifted across neighborhoods. It was a calm, gentle world. A sleep-friendly closing, a quiet evening in ancient Babylon. Imagine now standing in a Babylonian courtyard at dusk. The sky glows peach and lavender. Children settle. Lamps flicker. A soft breeze flows down from the rooftop above. The smell of baked bread lingers in the warm air. Somewhere nearby, a flute plays a simple melody. You climb the stairs to the rooftop. The bricks are warm under your feet. The night spreads out around you, wide, quiet, ancient. In the distance, the Euphrates shines like a silver ribbon. Stars appear one by one. The city sighs as it settles to sleep. This is daily life in ancient Babylon. Not grand, not dramatic, but deeply human, steady, calming, and familiar. Let this ancient evening bring stillness to your thoughts. Let the rooftop breezes of Babylon guide you gently toward rest. Part 4. The role of women in Babylonian society, work, family, rights, and daily freedom. In the wide, sun-warmed courtyards of ancient Babylon, life unfolded slowly and steadily. Women moved through these spaces with practiced ease, tending ovens, preparing cloth, organizing storerooms, caring for children, and managing the delicate functions of the household. Though history often preserves the names of kings, priests, and scribes, the true rhythm of Babylonian daily life rested in the quiet competence of its women. This chapter moves gently into their world, into the textures of their garments, the shape of their work, the echo of their rights under the law, and the calm strength they brought to family and community. Let your breathing settle as we step inside these ancient homes, walking through the cool shade of courtyards, listening to the soft rhythms of women's daily labor, and discovering the dignity and complexity of their place in Babylon. Women in Babylon, a foundation of society. Unlike in some later cultures, Babylonian women held notable rights. They could own property. They could manage businesses. They could inherit wealth. They could write contracts. They could initiate divorce in certain circumstances. They could serve as priestesses. Their power varied depending on class, family, and circumstance, but in general, Babylonian society recognized women as active participants in economic and legal life. This does not mean life was equal in modern terms. Patriarchy shaped expectations. Marriage contracts limited certain freedoms. And social norms emphasized modesty and domestic responsibility. But for the ancient world, Babylonian women lived with a blend of restriction and autonomy that was distinctive and, in many ways, advanced. The early life of girls in Babylon. Girls grew up surrounded by activity and instruction. Birth and early childhood. Babylonian families welcomed daughters warmly. Infants received protective incantations, amulets, or blessings for health and fortune. Mothers, midwives, and older female relatives tended to childbirth and postnatal care, drawing on herbal knowledge and long traditions of women's healing. From infancy, girls were part of household life. Sleeping on woven mats. Playing with clay toys. Watching older women work. Imitating tasks with miniature tools. Learning lullabies and prayers. Learning through doing. Formal schooling was rare for girls, but learning was constant. Weaving. Pottery. Food preparation. Water management. Household accounting. Religious rituals. Offerings to household gods. Girls absorbed knowledge through daily observation, participating in household tasks from a young age. This education prepared them for adult life in practical, gradual, and deeply embedded ways. The clothing and appearance of Babylonian women. Women's clothing reflected climate, class, and occasion. Fabrics and weaving. Most garments were made from wool, flax, occasionally imported linen. Women's weaving skills were valued, and many families produced their own cloth. Styles and feel. Typical garments included long draped dresses, fringed shawls, wrapped skirts, modest head coverings. Clothing was loose and breathable to keep cool in the Mesopotamian heat. Adornment. Women often wore bronze or gold earrings, lapis lazuli beads, carnelian necklaces, anklets, small amulets for protection. Elite women wore perfumes made from myrrh, juniper, sesame oil, and rare imported resins. Hair and grooming. Hair was usually long, braided, adorned with pins or ribbons. Babylonians valued personal cleanliness. Bathing and scented oils were part of regular routines. Marriage and partnership. Marriage was a central structure of Babylonian life. While arranged marriages were common, evidence suggests many unions developed into genuine partnerships. The marriage contract. Before marriage, families negotiated a contract specifying dowry, property rights, obligations, inheritance terms, expectations of fidelity, financial arrangements if the marriage ended. These contracts protected women from arbitrary rejection and outlined mutual responsibilities. The wedding day. Weddings were modest compared to later traditions. They typically involved a gathering of families, shared food and beer, offerings to household gods, blessings for fertility and prosperity. Marriage was considered a union of households, not just individuals. Married life. Once married, women managed the domestic sphere. A typical day included preparing meals, weaving, grinding grain, supervising children, caring for animals, managing household finances, organizing servants, if present, participating in rituals. Their work formed the backbone of family survival. Property, wealth, and legal rights. Babylonian women had more legal agency than many women in the ancient world. Owning property. Women could own land, slaves, livestock, silver, houses, orchards, business contracts. They could buy and sell property and were protected by law from unfair seizure. Inheriting wealth. Daughters inherited property if no sons existed. Even with sons, they often received movable goods, jewelry, or dowries that granted them financial security. Business involvement. Women in Babylon frequently operated shops, managed taverns, sold textiles, lent money, hired laborers, oversaw production of goods. Some women appear in records as independent entrepreneurs. Their contracts survive on clay tablets. Testimony and law. Women could testify in court, bring lawsuits, defend property, initiate certain legal actions. Their voices were recognized in legal contexts, though not always equal to men's in weight or authority. The work of women, domestic, economic, and ritual. The daily work of Babylonian women spanned multiple spheres. Domestic work. This included grinding grain on stone querns, baking bread, preparing stews, fermenting beer, weaving wool, spinning thread, maintaining lamps, washing garments, storing grain. This work was essential, skilled, and labor-intensive. Economic work. Women contributed to household income through textile production, selling goods, managing small businesses, hiring workers, agricultural contributions. Economic life in Babylon was not strictly divided by gender. Women, especially of the middle and lower classes, worked alongside men. Ritual duties. Women maintained the household shrine, placing offerings daily, burning incense, reciting short prayers, honoring ancestors. These rituals connected the family to the gods and ensured spiritual harmony. Motherhood and childcare. Motherhood was deeply valued. The role came with joy and responsibility. Pregnancy and birth. Midwives assisted with massage, herbal remedies, protective amulets, delivery techniques, postpartum healing. Birth was a communal, female-centered event. Raising children. Mothers taught courtesy, family stories, household tasks, prayers, moral lessons. Children formed close bonds with mothers and grandmothers, who shaped the emotional and cultural core of the household. Elite women, palace life and influence. Not all Babylonian women lived in modest homes. Some, born into elite families, lived lives of wealth and ceremony. Palace women. These women managed servants, storerooms, textile production, household accounts. They often acted as key organizers in palace life, overseeing large domestic networks. Priestesses. Highly respected, priestesses performed temple rituals, music, offerings, sacred readings, administrative oversight. They often came from elite families and lived with independence and authority. Educated women. Though rare, some elite women could read and write. They participated in correspondence, record keeping, religious poetry, artistic patronage. Their influence appears in letters, contracts, and temple records. Lower-class women, labor and resilience. Women of lower socio-economic backgrounds often worked harder physically but still held dignity and skills. Tavern keepers. Some women managed taverns, serving beer, meals, trade discussions, community gatherings. Taverns were central social spaces. Weavers and spinners. The textile industry relied heavily on female labor. Wool workshops could employ dozens of women during peak seasons. Field laborers. In agricultural families, women often harvested grain, gathered reeds, cared for livestock, assisted in irrigation tasks. Their labor sustained families and communities. Religion and the sacred duties of women. Women had important roles in religion. Household religion. Women were spiritual anchors at home. Maintaining shrines. Making offerings. Observing household festivals. Temple religion. Priestesses could belong to specialized orders, such as Nadatu, vowed women dedicated to temple service. Entu, high-ranking priestesses. Gala musicians and singers. These roles held prestige and spiritual authority. Love, letters, and the emotional lives of women. Babylonian texts include tender notes between husbands and wives. Requests for affection. Reassurances of safety. Longing during travel. Small gifts like jewelry or perfume. Women wrote letters too, asking for help, expressing gratitude, or managing family matters. Records reveal marriages filled with cooperation and genuine care. The aging of women, wisdom, guidance, and family leadership. Older women in Babylon held deep respect. Grandmothers as story keepers. Grandmothers taught family history, preserved songs, mediated conflicts, guided young women, prepared amulets and protective charms. Their experience shaped their roles as advisors and emotional leaders. A sleep-friendly closing, a quiet evening in a woman's world. Imagine now a woman in ancient Babylon finishing her work for the day. The sun has sunk low, painting the courtyard in warm amber light. She wipes flour from her hands and watches as children chase each other near the doorway. A pot simmers, releasing the scent of lentils and herbs. A woven basket sits beside her, filled with thread and unfinished cloth for tomorrow's weaving. She lights a small clay lamp. Soft shadows dance on the walls. Outside, distant temple bells sound. The sky deepens to violet. On the rooftop above, her family spreads sleeping mats. She climbs the stairs slowly, feeling the warm bricks beneath her feet. The air is cool. The stars begin to appear. She inhales the night breeze lightly scented with river water and clay. Her world is one of steady work, care, and connection, a world that shaped the foundation of Babylonian life. Let this gentle rooftop evening rest softly in your mind. Let the peaceful rhythms of ancient Babylon guide you into calm. Part 5. The spiritual life of Babylon, gods, temples, rituals, and the rhythm of belief. To understand ancient Babylon, one must first soften into the world of its gods. Religion was not separate from daily life. It was the air people breathed, the soil beneath their feet, the reason for the flooding of the rivers, the spark that lit their festivals, the comfort during illness, and the cosmic order holding the heavens in place. Spirituality in Babylon was not confined to temples or priests. It infused every moment, every household, every contract, every meal, every birth and death. This chapter moves gently into the sacred landscape of ancient Babylon. We walk slowly among its temples, listen to the murmured prayers of priests at dawn, breathe in the scent of incense drifting through courtyards, and explore the serene, structured beauty of a religion that shaped centuries of life in Mesopotamia. Settle in as we enter this world with calm curiosity. The Babylonian cosmos. A universe filled with divine presence. Babylonians believed that the world was alive with gods. Every river, every breeze, every reed in a marsh contained divine spirit. Life was a tapestry woven from gods large and small, cosmic rulers, city guardians, house protectors, healing spirits, and ancestral forces. Cosmic order, the foundation of the universe. In Babylonian thought, the universe was organized and maintained by divine law. There was nothing random or accidental. Sunrise followed the command of the sun god Shamash. Storms reflected the mood of Adad. Love and fertility flowed from Ishtar. Justice and truth were upheld by cosmic decree. The world itself was shaped in primordial battles between gods. To live in Babylon was to live within this carefully balanced framework. People acted not only for survival, but to maintain the harmony that the gods had established. The role of humans. Humans were created to care for the land, honor the gods, maintain temples, preserve order, perform rituals, produce offerings. This was not seen as a burden. It was a sacred duty, a partnership between the divine and mortal worlds. The great gods of Babylon, a peaceful pantheon. The Babylonian pantheon was large and complex, but several gods held central importance. Marduk, the divine protector of Babylon. The rise of Babylon elevated Marduk to prominence. He became creator of order, king of the gods, protector of the city, bringer of justice, patron of kings. In the Enuma Elish, he defeats the chaos dragon Tiamat and forms the world from her body. This myth symbolized cosmic harmony overcoming disorder. Ishtar, goddess of love, fertility, and power. Ishtar, also known as Inanna, embodied romance, passion, childbirth, beauty, war, protection. She was complex and multifaceted, gentle one moment, fierce the next. Women and men alike prayed to her for love, children, safety, and strength. Shamash, the sun god and judge. Shamash was the god of light, truth, justice, law, divination. He illuminated not only the physical world, but moral and legal clarity. Ea, Enki, god of wisdom and water. Ea was the gentle and wise god of rivers, knowledge, crafts, healing, magic. His temples were quiet, contemplative spaces filled with scholars and scribes. Nabu, god of writing and learning. Nabu presided over writing, scholarship, wisdom, record keeping. Scribes invoked him before recording laws, contracts, or stories on clay tablets. Temples, sacred centers of calm and order. Temples in Babylon were not merely places of worship, they were multifunctional centers for community, learning, law, and economic organization. Architecture and atmosphere. Temples typically included courtyards open to sky, chambers filled with sacred objects, incense altars, carved statues of gods, storerooms for offerings, rooms for priests, gardens, sometimes, walls decorated with carved scenes. The atmosphere was serene, shaded, and cool, white plaster, smooth floors, and faint echoes of footsteps on stone. Priests and priestesses. Temple staff included high priests, priestesses, musicians, scribes, exorcists, healers, caretakers, administrators. Their duties ranged from performing rituals to managing temple land and businesses. Temple economy. Temples owned fields, orchards, workshops, livestock, grain reserves. They employed workers, distributed wages in grain or beer, and served as economic anchors for the city. Daily rituals, a gentle rhythm of devotion. Religion was not limited to festivals. Every day included small rituals. Morning rituals. At dawn, priests washed their hands in purified water, opened the temple gates, lit incense, recited hymns, offered bread, fruit, and beer to the gods. These rituals ensured harmony for the day ahead. Household rituals. Families maintained small shrines with clay figurines, oil lamps, offerings of dates or bread, Women often cared for these shrines, lighting lamps and murmuring simple prayers. Evening rituals. At sunset, more offerings were made. Incense was burned. The god statue was cooled with water, fanned gently, or anointed with oil. Religion was woven into the gentle cadence of each day. Festivals, joy, music, and cosmic renewal. Babylonians celebrated numerous festivals, each tied to cosmic cycles. The Akitu Festival, the New Year. Akitu was Babylon's most important festival. It lasted 11 days each spring and symbolized the renewal of the cosmos. Activities included processions through the city, reenactments of creation myths, ceremonial purification, offerings, music and dancing, reaffirmation of the king's duty to maintain order. During Akitu, the city pulsed with life. Ishtar's festivals. These involved perfumed offerings, songs of love and fertility, decorated statues, gardens filled with garlands. Women especially participated in honoring Ishtar's powers. Seasonal and agricultural festivals. These marked harvests, planting seasons, and irrigation successes, points of calm celebration in the year's cycle. Divination and magic, seeking guidance through the sacred. Babylonians respected the invisible threads connecting the human and divine worlds. Divination practices. Priests interpreted movements of stars, shapes of clouds, patterns in oil poured over water, livers of sacrificial animals, dreams. These signs provided guidance for decisions, from diplomacy to household matters. Magic and healing. Magic was not sinister. It was a respected practice with two branches. Apotropaic magic, to ward off harm. Curative magic, to heal body or spirit. Healers used herbs, chants, clay figurines, charms, water rituals. Much of this knowledge was held by women, midwives, and family elders. Death, afterlife, and ancestral care. Babylonian views of the afterlife were quiet and somber. The land of no return. The afterlife was a shadowy realm called Ukala, or the land of no return, ruled by Ereshkigal. It was neither paradise nor torment, simply a continuation in another form. Burials. Bodies were buried in courtyards, beneath house floors, in communal cemeteries. Offerings included jars of water, bread, small belongings, amulets. Families visited graves regularly, offering food and drink to honor ancestors. Ancestral spirits. Ancestors could bless or trouble the living. Maintaining their contentment through offerings was considered essential. The quiet influence of women in religious practice. Women played key religious roles. Household priestesses. Women tended shrines, recited prayers, prepared offerings, maintained sacred cleanliness, taught children spiritual duties. Their work was gentle but essential. Temple priestesses. Certain women were dedicated to temple service for life. They lived independently, administered property, and held religious authority. Healing and incantation. Women often acted as midwives, healers, charm makers, keepers of oral incantations. Their spiritual knowledge passed through generations. The sounds and scents of Babylonian worship. Religion engaged all senses. Sounds. Chanting priests. Soft drum beats. Lyre and flute music. Murmured prayers. Distant bells. Footsteps echoing on stone. Scents. Frankincense. Cedar resin. Juniper smoke. Sesame oil. Myrrh. Warm clay and cool water. Visuals. Flickering lamps. Carved god statues. Painted walls. Woven temple banners. Worship was immersive, grounding, and deeply calming. A sleep-friendly closing, twilight at the Temple of Marduk. Imagine standing now near the great temple of Esagila in Babylon as evening falls. The air cools gently. Torches flicker along the temple walls. Priests finish their evening prayers. The scent of incense curls softly into the sky. A statue of Marduk glows faintly in lamplight inside the inner sanctuary. People leave offerings at the doorway, small bowls of dates, jars of oil, freshly baked bread. The city hum quiets. A lyre plays somewhere in the distance. As you walk away, the stone beneath your feet is warm from the day's sun. The sky deepens to a velvety blue. The Euphrates reflects the first stars. This is the spiritual heart of Babylon, calm, rhythmic, steady. A world where the divine is woven into the everyday. Where ritual brings comfort. Where the universe itself feels held in balance. Let this quiet, sacred evening rest gently in your mind. Let the temples of ancient Babylon guide you into peace and sleep. Part 6. Work, trade, and the economy of Babylon, markets, craftsmanship, and the flow of daily commerce. Babylon was not just a city of temples, stories, and families. It was also an economic center, alive with trade, craftsmanship, and the gentle hum of daily commerce. The soundscape of Babylon included more than prayers and river water. It carried the murmur of merchants calling from their stalls, the rhythmic clack of potters' wheels, the soft bleating of goats being led to market, and the whisper of papyrus scrolls unfurling as scribes recorded transactions in the shade. This chapter moves quietly through that world. It explores how ordinary people worked, how goods were made and exchanged, how markets operated, and how Babylon became a crossroads of regional economy. Let your breath fall into an easy rhythm as we walk slowly through the sunlit bazaars, into cool workshops, along shaded canals, and into the hands of the people whose labor sustained one of the ancient world's most thriving cities. The economic foundations of Babylon. The economy of Babylon rested on three intertwined pillars: agriculture, craftsmanship, long-distance trade. These domains were supported by complex administrative systems, temple organization, and family networks. Everything was interdependent. Farmers relied on metal tools made by smiths. Merchants relied on farmers for goods to transport. Temples relied on all of these groups to maintain ceremonies and distribute offerings. Babylon's economy was a living organism with many small, carefully tuned parts. Agriculture, the breath of the land between the rivers. The foundation of Babylon's economy was agriculture. The fertile plains between the Tigris and Euphrates yielded abundant crops, thanks to careful irrigation. Fields and farmers. Farmers worked in barley fields, wheat plots, vegetable gardens, date orchards, Sesame plantations. Their days were long, shaped by the seasons. Planting in cooler months. Tending and irrigating as the rivers rose and fell. Harvesting in the heat. Storing grain for city dwellers. Irrigation, a living system. Canals, ditches, and levees carried water across the land. These systems required constant cleaning, repairs, coordinated labor, seasonal management. Babylon could not thrive without irrigation. It was the quiet miracle that fed the city. Temple and state lands. Many fields belonged to temples, palaces, wealthy families. Workers cultivated these lands under various agreements, often receiving grain or beer as wages. Craftsmanship, skilled hands, and beautiful work. Babylonian artisans created the objects that filled homes, temples, and markets. Potters. In pottery workshops, you would hear wheel spinning, clay slapping, vessels drying in the sun. Potters made jars, bowls, cups, amphorae, oil lamps, storage vessels. These were essentials of everyday life. Weavers and textile makers. Textile production was often the domain of women, but large workshops hired both genders. They wove wool cloth, linen garments, rugs, shawls, ceremonial fabrics. Babylonian textiles were known throughout the region for their quality. Metalworkers. Bronze and copper smiths produced tools, weapons, household items, jewelry, statues. Their workshops glowed with fire at dawn and dusk. Carpenters. Using imported wood, since Babylon had little of its own, carpenters made beds, stools, doors, chests, ceremonial objects. Wood was precious, and carpentry was highly respected. Perfume makers. Some artisans worked with sesame oil, myrrh, cedar, juniper, rose petals. Their small shops smelled sweet and earthy. Scribes and tablet makers. Knowledge itself was a craft. Scribes carefully shaped clay tablets, inscribed them with cuneiform script, and baked them for preservation. Markets, the living heart of commerce. Markets were where Babylon came alive with movement and exchange. The layout of markets. Markets were arranged around temple courtyards, major road intersections, canal landings, palace entrances. Stalls were often simple. Wooden tables, reed mats, portable stands, woven baskets filled with goods. Shade cloths fluttered in the warm breeze. The sounds of the market. Listen gently to the imagined soundscape. Merchants calling prices. Children laughing. Donkeys braying. Haggling voices rising then softening. Pottery clinking. Grain being poured from sack to basket. It was lively but comforting, an everyday gathering of the city's people. Goods sold in markets. Markets carried grains, dates, vegetables, fish, spices, wool, textiles, pottery, oils, perfumes, small metal goods. Seasonal festivals brought additional specialty items. The role of women in markets. Women could buy and sell goods, run stalls, negotiate prices, represent family businesses. Many Babylonian women were active economic participants in public settings. Trade routes. Babylon as a crossroads. Babylon was perfectly placed to connect distant regions. The westward routes. Caravans traveled toward the Levant, Egypt, Anatolia. They carried wool, pottery, dates, bitumen, tools. In return, they brought timber, silver, wine, precious stones. The eastward routes. Toward Persia and beyond, merchants transported textiles, grain, crafted items. They returned with metals, horses, rare incense, carved stone. The southern routes. The Persian Gulf brought goods from Oman, Dilmun, Bahrain, the Indus Valley. These included pearls, copper, exotic woods, shell jewelry. Caravan life. Caravans moved slowly. Camels or donkeys carrying loads. Merchants singing or praying. Guards watching the horizon. Night spent in oasis camps. The route was long, but trade enriched the city. Administration and economic records. Babylon maintained an exceptionally organized economic system. Cuneiform accounting. Clay tablets recorded debts, sales, wages, deliveries, taxes, contracts. Scribes ensured accuracy. Temple bureaucracy. Temples acted as economic hubs. Storing grain. Lending resources. Employing workers. Managing property. Palace administration. The palace oversaw land distribution, large-scale building projects, military provisioning, canal maintenance. The system was structured yet flexible. Wages and payment, the currency of daily life. Babylonians were paid not in coins but in commodities. Common forms of payment. Wages might include grain, dates, beer rations, silver by weight, textiles, oil. Silver acted as a standard measure but coinage did not exist yet. Daily rations. Laborers often received several liters of barley, a set amount of beer. Occasional all allotments. These rations sustained families week by week. Work life, the gentle rhythm of labor. A Babylonian workday began early. Morning. Fishermen cast nets. Bakers heated ovens. Merchants opened stalls. Farmers walked to fields. Scribes prepared clay tablets. The air was cool and soft. Midday. Heat slowed activity. Workers rested in shade. Merchants closed stalls briefly. Families ate simple meals. Water carriers filled jars. Evening. Work resumed lightly. Final sales in markets. Farmers returned. Artisans cleaned tools. Families gathered in courtyards. Lamps flickered softly. Labor was tiring, but it had rhythm and predictability. Professions in Babylon, a diverse workforce. Babylon supported many professions. Farmers and gardeners. They grew the food that sustained the city. Fishermen. The Euphrates teemed with fish. Brickmakers. They shaped sun-dried bricks for homes and walls. Boatmen. They ferried people and goods across canals. Merchants. They traveled long distances. Scribes. They formed the intellectual backbone of society. Priests. They guided rituals and temple administration. Healers and midwives. They applied herbal knowledge and magical incantations. Brewers. Beer was a daily necessity. Each role was essential. The social life of work, cooperation and community. Work was rarely solitary. Irrigation teams. Canal maintenance required. Group labor. Cooperation. Trust. Craft workshops. Artisans worked side by side, sharing tools and knowledge. Market social networks. Markets were places to exchange goods, trade news, share stories, strengthen friendships. Family businesses. Many trades passed through generations. Work was a thread that wove community together. Calm reflections on Babylon's economic world. Babylon's economy was not frantic or chaotic. It flowed with the same gentle steadiness as the rivers that nourished it. Each task, each trade route, each marketplace contributed to a balanced system that shaped daily life. A sleep-friendly closing, sunset over the market of Babylon. Imagine now the sun lowering over a Babylonian marketplace. Stalls close one by one. Merchants pack their goods. The smell of sesame oil and warm bread lingers in the air. Children weave between tables collecting baskets. A potter brushes clay dust from his hands. A weaver folds her cloth, preparing for tomorrow. Nearby, a boat glides along a canal, its hull glimmering in the fading light. Palm fronds rustle. Lamps are lit. The city quiets. You walk toward your home along a narrow street. The day's heat softens into a warm glow. The air smells faintly of dates and river water. This is the world of Babylon's work and trade, gentle, rhythmic, and deeply human. Let this calm evening settle into your thoughts. Let the soft hum of Babylon's economy guide you into rest. Part 7. Law, order, and justice in Babylon, courts, contracts, punishments, and the quiet work of keeping society balanced. In ancient Babylon, law was not an abstract ideal. It breathed through every marketplace, echoed in every courtyard, and shaped every agreement between neighbors. Justice was woven into daily life like threads in cloth. The people of Babylon lived within a system that sought balance, predictability, and social harmony. They understood that the world operated on principles set by the gods, and that human society had to mirror that order as closely as possible. This chapter explores that world gently. It guides you through the peaceful hum of administrative courts, the quiet rooms where scribes recorded contracts, and the solemn rituals that marked legal decisions. We examine the serene principles behind Hammurabi's famous code, the ways disputes were resolved, and the sense of structure that brought calm to families and communities. Let your breath soften as we move into the legal life of ancient Babylon, stepping with care through the systems that maintained order in a bustling civilization. The Babylonian view of justice, a divine foundation. Justice in Babylon was rooted in the belief that law reflected cosmic order. Marduk, Shamash, and other gods were thought to have established fairness as a pillar of human life. Shamash, the sun god of justice. Babylonians believed that Shamash watched the world from above, shining light on truth and exposing wrongdoing. Judges invoked his name before delivering sentences, and many legal hymns described him as the protector of the weak, the revealer of hidden matters, the guardian of fairness. His image appeared on legal seals, tablets, and monuments. Justice was not just a human responsibility, it was a sacred one. Maintaining balance. Babylonian law aimed to maintain harmony in families, neighborhoods, businesses, fields and canals, marketplaces. Fairness kept society stable. Predictability allowed families to thrive. Order honored the gods. Hammurabi's code, structure, clarity, and the calm of written law. The most famous legal document from Babylon is the Code of Hammurabi, created around 1750 BCE. Not just punishment. The code is often misunderstood as harsh, but its larger purpose was preventing disputes, standardizing practices, protecting vulnerable groups, providing clear expectations. By writing rules down, Hammurabi ensured that justice was not arbitrary. The stele, a monument of order. The code was carved into a tall basalt stele, nearly 7 feet high. At the top, Hammurabi is shown receiving authority from Shamash, the god of justice. Beneath this image, hundreds of lines of cuneiform explain laws about property, marriage, wages, contracts, trade, inheritance, injury, theft, debt. The stele was placed publicly so anyone could consult it. The spirit of the code. While exact punishments varied, the heart of the code emphasized fairness, responsibility, restitution, social stability. It provided a calm, predictable foundation for life in the city. Courts and judges, how justice was carried out. Legal cases were heard before panels of judges or elders. Local courts. Courts were located near city gates, in temples, in administrative buildings. These were places of calm discussion, not drama. Judges. Judges were respected community figures. Fair. Literate. Trained in law. Appointed for their integrity. Their decisions often relied on both written laws and practical experience. Evidence and testimony. Babylonian trials involved witness testimony, written contracts, oaths before gods, examination of objects or property. Cases required careful listening, reflection, and objectivity. Contracts, the clay tablets that governed life. In Babylon, nearly everything was recorded on clay tablets. Marriages, business deals, property sales, adoptions, loans, employment agreements. Scribes and the ritual of recording. Scribes shaped soft clay into tablets, inscribed cuneiform signs, and sometimes baked the tablets for permanence. Each document was witnessed, sealed, dated by the reign year of the current king. Clay contracts could last for centuries. Seals, personal signatures. People used cylinder seals to authenticate documents. Rolled across wet clay, these seals created intricate images, unique to their owners. A seal was a signature, a symbol of identity, a mark of trust. Many women possessed their own seals, demonstrating their legal agency. Property and inheritance, stability across generations. Property was central to Babylonian life. Land, houses, orchards, livestock, and goods. Ownership. Both men and women could own property. Records show widows managing estates, daughters inheriting orchards, wives controlling dowries, mothers dividing property among children. Inheritance practices. Children usually received shares, with sons typically taking primary responsibility for parental care. Daughters received dowries or land allocations. Clear inheritance rules prevented conflict. Marriage law. Rights, responsibilities, and balance. Marriage in Babylon involved legal protections for both partners. The marriage contract. Marriage contracts were detailed. They included dowry terms, obligations of husband and wife, provisions for children, rules if the marriage ended. These documents reduced uncertainty and safeguarded property. Women's legal protections. Women had rights to initiate divorce in certain cases, reclaim dowries, defend property, hold husbands accountable for neglect. Family harmony. Legal structure supported stable family life. Many disputes involved inheritance, land boundaries, business disagreements, marital issues. Courts aimed to restore calm rather than escalate conflict. Crime and punishment, restitution and responsibility. Babylonians believed that wrongs had to be made right. Restitution over violence. Most punishments involved restoring balance, returning stolen goods, paying compensation, repairing damage. Severe physical punishments were less common than often assumed and usually reflected the seriousness of offenses against vulnerable people. The concept of intent. Judges distinguished between accidents, negligence, intentional harm. This nuance shows a society thinking carefully about fairness, debt, loans, and economic protection. Debt was common in ancient economies, but Babylon had systems to prevent exploitation. Interest limits. Laws capped interest on grain, silver, goods. Excessive interest was strictly forbidden. Protection for farmers. If harvests failed due to natural causes, debt payments could be delayed. This prevented families from falling into ruin. Debt slavery and release. In hard times, families might enter temporary servitude to repay debts. But laws required fair treatment, limited terms, eventual release. Kings sometimes declared debt forgiveness to restore social harmony. Business law, fairness in markets and trade. Babylon's busy markets required clear rules. Merchant responsibilities. Merchants were held accountable for honest weights, fair prices, safe transport of goods. Fraud was taken seriously. Transport and risk. Caravans and boats carried goods safely, but if cargo was lost through negligence, compensation was expected. Partnerships. Business partnerships were formalized on clay tablets to prevent disputes. Servitude, slavery, and social boundaries. Slavery existed in Babylon, as it did in many ancient societies. But it was often different from modern conceptions. Forms of slavery. Slavery could result from debt, warfare, crime, voluntary entry for survival, rights and protections. Babylonian law offered more protections than many ancient systems. Slaves could own property. They could conduct business. They could buy freedom. They were protected from arbitrary harm. Household integration. Many enslaved people lived within households, participating in daily routines and forming bonds with families. Dispute resolution, calm, practical, and community-oriented. Most disputes were resolved quietly. Mediation. Neighbors or elders often mediated. Boundary disagreements. Family conflicts. Small debts. Community responsibility. Communities shared collective responsibility. For example, if a thief was not caught, the local district might compensate the victim. Canal breaches required communal repair. This distributed accountability encouraged harmony. The role of oaths and divine witness. Legal oaths held deep significance. Swearing falsely before the gods risked spiritual consequences. Oath rituals. People swore by Marduk, by Shamash, by Ishtar, by personal household gods. Oaths were seen as binding and sacred. The quiet work of scribes, guardians of order. Scribes ensured legal clarity. Their responsibilities. Drafting contracts. Maintaining archives. Reading testimonies. Advising judges. Training and knowledge. Scribes studied law, mathematics, literature, administration. They formed an intellectual community dedicated to the city's order. A sleep-friendly closing, evening in the court of Babylon. Imagine now the soft, fading light over a Babylonian courthouse. The judges have completed their work for the day. Clay tablets lie drying in the shade. A scribe rolls up his cylinder seal, placing it carefully into a reed basket. A woman retrieves a copy of her contract, smiling with relief that her inheritance dispute has been resolved. A merchant wipes dust from his sandals as he leaves a hearing about a missing shipment. The courtyard grows quiet. Distant temple bells ring. Palm shadows stretch across the ground. A breeze carries the scent of river water and warm clay. Justice has been done. Not through harshness, but through balance, careful thought, and community trust. Let this peaceful moment settle gently in your mind. Let the calm rhythms of Babylon's legal world guide you toward rest. Part 8. Children of Babylon, birth, childhood, learning, play, and the gentle shaping of a new generation. If you listen closely to the quiet rhythm of any civilization, you will find that its heartbeat lies in its children. In ancient Babylon, beneath the shade of courtyard walls and among the whispering reeds along the canals, children lived lives full of curiosity, routine, warmth, and story. Their world was woven from the calm persistence of family life, the steady guidance of elders, and the deep cultural memory carried in songs, myths, and daily rituals. This chapter walks softly into the world of Babylonian children. We explore how they were born, how they were nurtured, what they learned, what games they played, and how they slowly stepped into their adult roles. Let your breath fall into a peaceful rhythm as we move gently through the streets and courtyards of ancient Babylon, seeing the city from the eyes of its youngest inhabitants. Birth and the first moments of life. Birth was a sacred, vulnerable, and hopeful event in Babylonian households. The birthing space. Birth usually took place at home, attended by midwives, the child's mother, older female relatives, sometimes healers or ritual specialists. The birthing room was warm, dim, quiet, scented with oils and herbs. Midwives applied ancient knowledge passed from mother to daughter across generations. Protective rituals. Babylonians believed newborns needed spiritual as well as physical protection. Rituals included tying protective amulets around the baby, brushing incense smoke around the room, whispering protective incantations, invoking gods associated with birth, such as Gula and Ninhursag. These rituals were gentle, rhythmic, and calming. Naming the child. Names had meaning. Some reflected hopes. Beloved of God. Given by God. May the king protect. She brings joy. The naming often occurred within the first few days, accompanied by offerings at the household shrine. Infancy, warmth, care, and early bonds. Infancy in Babylon was filled with nurture, feeding and daily care. Babies were breastfed, carried in arms or slings, and kept close to mothers and grandmothers. Soft blankets of wool or linen wrapped them gently. Soothing rituals. Mothers soothe babies with low, melodic lullabies, rhythmic rocking, softly whispered hymns, the warm glow of a clay lamp at night. Babylonian lullabies survive in tablet fragments, simple, tender, protective. Early childhood, curiosity in the courtyard. When children became old enough to toddle, the courtyard became their world. A safe space for early learning. The courtyard, enclosed and familiar, offered sunlight, warm bricks to touch, shallow clay bowls filled with water to play in, woven baskets filled with toys, older siblings to imitate, mothers working nearby. Children watched everything. Weaving, grinding grain, cooking, sweeping, preparing offerings. They learned by observing and joining, step by small step. Simple toys and games. Babylonian children played with clay animal figurines, small wooden carts, spinning tops, rattles, carved dolls, pebbles arranged into patterns, hoop and stick games. Archaeologists have found these toys, tiny echoes of childhood preserved in clay. Learning through play. Even play prepared children for their future roles. Tossing pebbles refined coordination. Storytelling games strengthened memory. Pretend cooking trained domestic skills. Playing family taught social roles. Mock trading introduced commerce. Learning was gentle, constant, and woven naturally into everyday life. Education, when children learned to read, write, and count. Formal education was rare and reserved for specific paths. The Adaba, tablet house. The Adaba was a school for scribes. Only a small percentage of children, mostly boys, but a few elite girls, attended. Inside the school, clay dust scented the air. Students sat cross-legged with moist tablets. Teachers recited texts aloud. Styluses clicked softly as signs were shaped. What they learned. Scribal students memorized. Cuneiform signs. Multiplication tables. Proverbs. Hymns. Legal formulas. Accounting methods. Sumerian vocabulary. It was rigorous, demanding patience and discipline. Education at home. Most children did not attend formal school. Their education focused on practical skills, moral lessons, religious knowledge, family responsibilities, craft training. Girls learned weaving, cooking, and household management from female relatives. Boys learned farming, trade, and craft skills from fathers or uncles. Socialization, building confidence and community. Babylonian children grew up within tight-knit communities. Extended family networks. Many households included siblings, cousins, grandparents, aunts and uncles. Children experienced constant interaction with multiple generations. Neighborhood friendships. Babylon's winding streets created small, intimate communities. Children freely roamed between houses within safe distances, forming friendships that often lasted into adulthood. Festivals and celebrations. During festivals, children wore garlands. Families shared sweets. Musicians played flutes. Dancers performed in open squares. These events created joyful memories and taught cultural values. Religious instruction, shape of the sacred world. Babylonian children learned early that the world was alive with gods. Household teaching. Children learned to offer food to household gods. Light small lamps. Participate in blessings. Join family prayers. Mothers often led this early spiritual instruction. Stories and myths. Children heard stories about Marduk's victory over Tiamat, Ishtar's descent to the underworld, Gilgamesh and Enkidu, the creation of humanity, the origins of the rivers. These stories were more than entertainment, they taught moral lessons and connected children to a long cultural lineage. Health, illness, and care. Childhood was tender, but illness was a constant threat. Healers and herbal knowledge. Women carried vast knowledge of herbs, poultices, teas, protective charms. If needed, families sought help from temple healers or exorcists, who used a mix of medical treatment, ritual cleansing, incantations, offerings, amulets and protection. Amulets for children included symbols of Pazuzu, a protector spirit, Lamassu, a guardian figure, inscriptions against fever or nightmares. Protection was both physical and spiritual. Adolescence, training for adulthood. As children grew older, they entered a new stage of responsibility. Girls. Girls learned advanced weaving, household economics, childcare, preparing feasts, religious duties. By adolescence, many girls managed substantial household tasks. Boys. Boys trained in farming, irrigation skills, trade practices, craftsmanship, administrative duties for scribal families. Fathers and uncles guided their development, apprenticeship and preparing for a profession. Most young people learned a trade through apprenticeships. Craft apprenticeships. Youth worked alongside masters in pottery, metalwork, carpentry, weaving, perfume making, fishing, boat building. They learn techniques day by day, through quiet repetition. Merchant training. Boys helping merchant families learn to negotiate, measure commodities, handle silver weights, track caravan schedules, read basic signs. Temple roles. Some youths served in temples, learning ritual practice, music, accounting, sacred literacy, emotional life and family bonds. Babylonian texts show that children were deeply loved. Letters from fathers. Clay tablets preserve affectionate messages, concern for children's health, requests for obedience, gifts of clothing or toys, gentle rebukes mixed with care. Fathers often traveled for trade but kept close emotional bonds. Mother's influence. Mothers shaped moral character, social skills, spiritual understanding, emotional security. Their influence remained central throughout life. Rites of passage, quiet steps into adulthood. Though Babylon had no single universal coming-of-age ceremony, there were several markers of transition. Entering a trade. Beginning an apprenticeship signaled increasing independence. Marriage for girls. Girls often married in late adolescence or early adulthood, marking the transition to managing their own households. Legal responsibilities. Young adults gradually took on property rights, contractual duties, civic participation. These changes marked full entry into Babylonian society. A sleep-friendly closing, a child's evening in ancient Babylon. Imagine now the gentle scene of a Babylonian evening from the eyes of a child. The day's heat has faded. The courtyard glows in amber light. Your mother hums a song while stirring a pot of lentils. Your father returns from the market with a smile and hands you a toy carved from wood. Your younger siblings chase each other, laughing softly. Soon, the family climbs to the rooftop. Mats are unrolled. The sky stretches wide above, filled with stars. A warm breeze rustles your hair. In the distance, you hear the soft murmur of the river. As you lie down, your grandmother tells you a story of Ishtar and the morning star. Her voice is gentle. Lamps flicker. Somewhere, a temple bell rings. You close your eyes feeling safe, warm, and deeply loved. This was the childhood of Babylon, quiet, meaningful, rooted in family and tradition. Let this peaceful rooftop night settle in your thoughts. Let the gentle rhythms of Babylonian childhood guide you toward sleep. Part 9. Food, farming, and the nourishing heart of Babylon, fields, kitchens, meals, and the rhythm of agriculture. Before Babylon was a city of temples, ziggurats, royal courts, and merchants, it was a city built on food. Everything, trade, life, festivals, family rhythms, ultimately rested on the steady cultivation of the land between the rivers. The Tigris and Euphrates carried more than water. They carried life, fertility, and the quiet promise of harvests to come. Without food, no temple could function, no merchant could travel, no artisan could work, and no child could grow. Food was the foundational heartbeat of Babylon. This chapter drifts slowly into that nourishing world. It explores how crops were planted, how fields were tended, how bread and beer were made, how animals were raised, and how families prepared meals in clay ovens while the sun warmed their courtyards. Let your breathing slow as we move gently through marshes, orchards, vegetable gardens, kitchens, and shaded dining mats. This is the story of Babylonian food, warm, simple, steady, and deeply human. The agricultural landscape, life along the rivers. Babylon's geography shaped everything. A land of seasonal rhythms. The land between the rivers experienced mild, rainy winters, hot, dry summers, unpredictable floods, gentle autumn breezes, spring bursts of green. Farmers knew how to read these cycles intimately. Their knowledge passed through generations like a quiet, living memory. The canals, Babylon's lifelines. The rivers alone were not enough. Babylon depended on an intricate network of canals, dikes, levees, sluice gates, feeder channels. These systems allowed farmers to control water flow and irrigate fields far from the riverbanks. Working the fields. Farmers rose before dawn to harness donkeys or oxen, plow soft earth, repair canal walls, inspect seedlings, clear silt from ditches. The rising sun painted the fields gold. Reed swayed. Birds called from the riverbanks. Farming was work, but it was also calm, measured, and deeply tied to the land. Crops of Babylon, the grains, fruits, and flavors of daily life. The crops grown around Babylon formed the basis of daily meals. Barley, the foundation of diet and culture. Barley was everything. Bread, beer, porridge, wages, offerings, survival. Barley fields shimmered like silver in the wind. Wheat. Wheat was grown too, though it required more water and was therefore less common. Wheat breads were considered a treat for many families. Dates, the sweet gold of the palm trees. Date palms lined canals and fields. Their fruit was eaten fresh, dried, mashed into syrups, added to bread and cakes, used as sweeteners, offered in temples. Dates were so central that some families measured wealth in palm trees. Vegetables and herbs. Babylonian gardens produced onions, garlic, chickpeas, lentils, cucumbers, leeks, turnips, herbs such as coriander, mint, cumin, dill, sesame, added fragrance and warmth to meals. Oils and fats. Sesame oil was the most common cooking fat. It gave meals a smooth, nutty aroma. Meat and fish. Meat was eaten sparingly. Lamb. Goat. Poultry. Fish from the rivers was more common, especially carp, catfish, and small river fish cooked whole. The kitchen, warmth, clay, and the comfort of cooking. Household kitchens were usually outdoors in the courtyard or semi-covered areas. Clay ovens, tanners. The tanner was a tall, beehive-shaped clay oven heated with palm fronds, reeds, dried dung, small wood bundles. Families baked flatbreads, round loaves, cakes with dates, savory pastries. The smell of baking bread drifted through neighborhoods daily. Cooking pots and tools. Kitchens contained clay pots, bronze knives, mortars and pestles, reed baskets, wooden stirring sticks, grinders for grain. The tools were simple but effective. Grinding grain. Women and children ground grain between two stones. The lower stone fixed in place. The upper stone moved back and forth slowly. It was rhythmic, steady, almost meditative. Daily meals, simple, nourishing, and warm. Meals in Babylon were taken in the courtyard or rooftop, seated on mats. Breakfast. A typical morning meal might include flatbread, dates, a light barley porridge, leftover vegetables, watered beer. Soft breezes drifted into the courtyard as families ate together. Midday meal. Often simple. Bread, fresh vegetables, cucumbers, small fish, lentil stew. During the hottest months, many ate lightly at midday. Evening meal. The main meal of the day included hearty stews, lamb, chickpea, onion, bread dipped into broths, roasted vegetables, date cakes, beer or water. Meals were shared communally. Plates were passed around. Conversation flowed gently. Beer, the daily drink of Babylon. Beer was essential to life, not intoxicating in the modern sense, but nutritious and hydrating. How beer was made. Beer was brewed from fermented barley bread, water, malt, spices or herbs. It was thick and nutritious, consumed by adults and children alike. Types of beer. There were many varieties. Light beer for daily drinking. Strong beer for festivals. Sweet beer flavored with dates. Herbal beer for rituals. Beer was both a drink and a source of calories. Animal husbandry. Goats, sheep, birds, and cattle. Animals supported the agricultural system. Goats and sheep. These animals provided meat, milk, wool, hides. Shepherds moved through the countryside with flocks at dawn. Cows and oxen. Oxen plowed fields. Cows were valued for milk, dung fuel, occasional meat, chickens and ducks. Families kept poultry for eggs and occasional meat. Donkeys. Donkeys were essential for transport. Carrying water. Hauling grain. Pulling carts. Their gentle braying echoed across morning streets. Food storage, planning for the future. With unpredictable harvests, storage was crucial. Granaries. Grain was stored in clay bins, woven baskets, sealed jars. Temples maintained large granaries to support the community during shortages. Drying and preserving. Families preserved surplus food. Drying fish. Storing dates. Fermenting beer. Curing meat. Drying herbs. These methods ensured survival in difficult seasons. Food in temples. Offerings and ritual meals. Food played a central role in religion. Offerings to the gods. Each day, priests offered bread, dates, beer, fruits, roasted animals, sweet cakes. After rituals, many offerings were redistributed to temple workers. Festival feasts. During festivals, large breads were baked. Beer flowed. Musicians played. Families gathered in squares. Food united communities in celebration. Feasts, hospitality, and social bonds. Babylonian culture valued welcoming guests. Hospitality rituals. When a guest arrived, bread and water were offered immediately. Mats were laid out. Lamps were lit. Small dishes of dates or nuts were provided. Offering food was a gesture of respect and warmth. Family feasts. During family celebrations, lamb stew simmered. Breads were baked in large batches. Wine, rare but prized, was sometimes served. Relatives gathered until the stars appeared. These moments strengthened bonds across households. The emotional and cultural meaning of food. Food was more than sustenance. Symbol of life. Barley and dates symbolized prosperity, fertility, survival. These crops were central to both spiritual and cultural identity. Food and memory. Many Babylonians associated certain dishes with festivals, childhood, weddings, family gatherings. Food anchored memories. A sleep-friendly closing, a quiet dinner in ancient Babylon. Imagine now the gentle hush of an evening meal in a Babylonian courtyard. The clay oven has cooled. The scent of fresh bread lingers in the air. A pot of lamb and lentil stew rests near the hearth, its aroma warm and comforting. Children sit cross-legged on woven mats. The last rays of the sun slip past the rooftop. Your family gathers. Bread is passed from hand to hand. A bowl of dates glows softly in the lamplight. Beer, thick and mellow, fills clay cups. Outside the courtyard wall, the distant sound of a donkey's hooves echoes. A breeze carries the scent of river reeds. The meal is simple, of bread, stew, vegetables, but deeply satisfying. As night settles, stars appear above the open courtyard. Lamps flicker gently. Voices fade. The city hum softens to a calm whisper. This is the nourishment of Babylon, warm, steady, comforting, and deeply human. Let this peaceful meal rest gently on your thoughts. Let the soft rhythms of Babylon's kitchens and fields guide you into sleep. Part 10. Homes and Architecture of Babylon, Courtyards, Rooftops, Neighborhoods, and the calm geometry of everyday space. Babylon was a city of clay. Sun-dried brick formed its homes, walls, temples, and markets. Clay shaped its ovens, its jars, and even its writing tablets. In this world of warm earth and gentle architectural curves, Babylonian life unfolded in spaces designed not for grandeur alone, but for comfort, shade, airflow, and family connection. The city's buildings were practical yet beautiful in their simplicity, made to withstand the heat of Mesopotamian summers and to hold warmth during cool nights. Within these structures, generations lived, learned, shared meals, tended shrines, and slept beneath the open sky. This chapter walks slowly into the architecture of ancient Babylon. It explores the soft geometry of homes, the winding patterns of neighborhoods, the smooth plaster of interior walls, and the feeling of stepping into a tranquil courtyard as the morning sun rises. Let your breathing settle as we enter the quiet spaces where Babylonian families lived their lives. The Mesopotamian house, a structure rooted in nature and necessity. Homes in Babylon were built from the materials the land offered. The region had little stone and very little wood, so construction relied heavily on clay from the riverbanks. Mud brick, the foundation of Babylonian architecture. Mud brick was the universal building material. Workers created bricks by mixing river clay, straw, silt, water. These bricks were shaped in wooden molds, dried in the sun, and stacked into walls. When plastered with a smooth white coating, they reflected sunlight and resisted heat. Sun-dried mud brick produced homes that were cool inside, quiet, sturdy, naturally insulated. They felt soft beneath the hands and warm against candlelight. Building layouts. Homes followed a predictable pattern. A thick exterior wall with few windows. An entrance corridor shielding the interior from dust. A central courtyard open to the sky. Surrounding rooms connected to the courtyard. This inward-facing design created privacy and a peaceful microclimate. Courtyards, the heart of the home. The courtyard was not decoration. It was the center of daily life. A place of light and air. Courtyards allowed cool air to circulate, natural light to enter rooms, rainwater to drain naturally, families to cook safely, children to play, drying of laundry and grains. Imagine stepping into a courtyard at dawn. The sun has not yet become intense. Soft shadows paint the walls. Clay pots sit near the oven. A cat sleeps on a mat. A faint breeze moves through the open space. Family gatherings. In the courtyard, families ate meals, told stories, wove textiles, pounded grain, taught children, cared for infants, shared news with neighbors. It was an intimate space of calm connection. Shrines in courtyards. Most homes contained small altars, clay figurines of household gods, oil lamps, incense bowls, palm fronds or flowers on festival days. Families performed small daily offerings here, guided by women who maintained the spiritual rhythm of the household. Rooms surrounding the courtyard. Babylonian homes did not use hallways. Rooms opened directly onto the courtyard, creating a gentle flow of movement. Reception room. This room welcomed guests. It often contained cushions, reed mats, decorative pottery, low tables, Walls were kept simple, sometimes decorated with plaster patterns or painted stripes. Kitchen spaces. Most cooking occurred in the courtyard, but storage rooms contained grain jars, baskets of dates, clay pots, shelves for oils, dried herbs tied in bundles. Sleeping rooms. These rooms remained cool during hot days. Families often slept indoors in winter and on rooftops in summer. Storage and work rooms. Spaces were dedicated to weaving, brewing, pottery work, storing tools, keeping records. The home was both a living space and a workplace. Rooftops, the second home above the home. Perhaps the most iconic feature of a Babylonian house was the flat rooftop. It was an extension of daily life. Sleeping under the stars. During warm seasons, families slept on rooftops, laying woven mats, using light linen blankets, watching constellations drift across the sky, feeling the cool night air flow over them. A rooftop night in Babylon was peaceful and grounding. Evening activities. Before sleeping, families shared stories, sang songs, cleaned small household tools, enjoyed breezes, watched the city lights fade. Soft voices drifted from rooftop to rooftop, creating a communal night soundscape. The neighborhood. A web of winding alleys and close community. Babylon's neighborhoods grew organically. Narrow alleys. Streets were rarely straight. Twisting paths formed as homes expanded. Some alleyways were so narrow that two people could not walk side by side. Walls created shade. Breezes whispered through the maze. Walking through these alleys felt intimate and sheltered. Community spaces. Intersections often held small benches, shrines, wells, places to share news. Neighbors gathered naturally throughout the day. Sounds of the street. Babylonian neighborhoods were filled with gentle sounds. Sandals scuffing clay. Women calling to children. Donkeys braying softly. Merchants announcing goods. Pots clinking. Temple bells in the distance. Life felt warm, lived in, and connected. Materials and aesthetics, a soft architecture of light and texture. Babylonian homes were not richly ornamented like later palaces, but their beauty lay in subtle details. Plaster walls. Interior walls were plastered smooth and whitewashed. This reflected light, kept rooms cool, created peaceful visual simplicity. Clay and reed. Reeds were used for mats, baskets, screens, roofing support. Clay provided floors, shelves, steps, benches built directly into walls. The textures of reed and clay gave homes a natural warmth. Color. Homes often used soft ochre paints, simple stripes, geometric patterns, clay-colored pottery. Colors were muted and calming. Gardens and domestic agriculture. Some homes, especially wealthier ones, had small garden spaces or planted pots. Plants and herbs. Families grew mint, coriander, dill, small fig trees, Potted date seedlings. Onions in clay containers. Gardens provided fragrance and shade. Shade and comfort. Homes sometimes hung woven cloths or mats across courtyards to create shade. Diffused light. A cooler atmosphere in summer. These coverings fluttered softly in the breeze. Larger homes and elite residencies. While most homes followed similar structures, wealthy families expanded upon the basic layout. Multiple courtyards. Larger homes had outer courtyards for public visitors, inner courtyards for family life, private gardens, storage rooms for surplus goods, divided living spaces. Rooms might include reception suites, scribe rooms, weaving halls, large kitchens, servant quarters. Decorative touches. Elite homes had carved wooden doors, imported stone benches, painted murals, decorative glazed tiles, intricate cylinder seals hung as ornaments. Even so, the design remained grounded in Babylonian practicality. Urban planning, a city built around water and worship. Babylon's layout reflected its values and environment. Proximity to water. Neighborhoods grew near canals, wells, irrigation channels. Water shaped life, work, and architecture. Temples and markets as anchors. Temples and markets served as central points around which districts formed. They created community cohesion, economic stability, spiritual presence, boundaries and walls. Homes were built closely together, forming a protective wall around each neighborhood against sandstorms and intruders. Daily chores and the rhythm of domestic life. Life within the home followed a calm, predictable routine. Morning. Sweeping floors. Drawing water from neighborhood wells. Tending fires. Preparing bread. Opening doors to allow cool air. Midday. Resting in shaded rooms. Preparing meals. Weaving or grinding grain. Sorting goods for trade. Evening. Repairing tools. Sharing quiet conversations. Tending the household shrine. Climbing to rooftops at dusk. The domestic rhythm was gentle but constant. Light, sound, and temperature, the sensory life of Babylonian architecture. Babylonian houses were designed to adapt to climate. Light. Light entered primarily through the courtyard, creating soft illumination, shifting patterns on walls, warm glow at sunrise, tranquil dimness at midday. Sound. The courtyard amplified gentle sounds. Footsteps. Laughter. Singing. The scrape of clay pots. The rustle of palm fronds. Temperature control. Thick mud brick walls absorbed heat during the day and released it slowly at night, keeping homes cool and comfortable. The emotional meaning of home. Babylonian homes were not just shelters. They were places of identity, family history, spiritual grounding, economic work, social connection. Clay walls held generations of memory. A sleep-friendly closing, evening in a Babylonian home. Imagine now evening settling over a Babylonian neighborhood. You walk through quiet alleys, Lamps flicker inside open doorways. A gentle breeze drifts from the river, carrying faint scents of clay and sesame oil. You step into a courtyard where the last light of day paints golden patches across the walls. A family prepares to ascend to the rooftop. Children carry blankets. A mother lights a small lamp. A father closes the wooden door for the night. You follow them upward. The sky opens into a soft curtain of stars. Warm bricks cradle your feet. The city murmurs gently below. This is home in Babylon. Calm. Sheltering. Filled with life and memory. Let this peaceful rooftop night drift softly into your thoughts. Let the architecture of ancient Babylon guide you into rest. Part 11. Music, art, and craft in Babylon, sound, beauty, storytelling, and the gentle making of culture. In the great sweep of human history, there are cities remembered not only for their political power or military triumphs, but for the soft, enduring brilliance of their art. Babylon was one of these. Beneath the steady hum of markets and the rustle of reeds along the canals, Babylon's beauty lived in its music, its craft work, its stories, its poems, and its careful shaping of clay and metal. Artistic expression in Babylon was not loud or extravagant. It was woven into daily life, appearing in quiet moments, songs sung in courtyards, carvings pressed into seals, etched designs on pottery, and the soft, rhythmic stories told under rooftop stars. Tonight we step into that gentle world. Into the homes where women embroidered cloth with patient precision. Into the temples where musicians plucked lyres and sang to gods under perfumed lamplight. Into the workshops where artisans formed clay figures, painted tiles, and shaped jewelry with steady hands. Let your breathing slow as we walk into these spaces of creativity, where beauty grew slowly, lovingly, and with great care. The spirit of art in Babylon, beauty as order and meaning. Babylonians did not separate art from daily life. To them, beauty was not a luxury. It was part of cosmic order. Art as a reflection of balance. The world, shaped by gods in myth and upheld by divine law, was harmonious. Babylonian art honored that harmony through symmetry, repetition of patterns, balanced compositions, rhythmic proportions, motifs inspired by nature. Whether carved on a seal, painted on a pot, or built into a temple wall, art communicated stability. Art as storytelling. Much of Babylon's art told stories. Creation myths. Heroic tales. Divine battles. Rituals and processions. Family histories. Even simple household objects often carried symbolic meaning. Art as daily life. From woven baskets to decorative tiles, beauty filled the small corners of Babylonian homes. A family's possessions reflected its connection to culture, ancestry, and the gods. Music in Babylon, soft notes beneath the opened sky. Music was central to life, used in temples, homes, ceremonies, and celebrations. The soundscape of Babylon. If you stood in the center of the city at dusk and closed your eyes, you might hear the plucking of a lyre, the gentle notes of a flute, rhythmic drums, women singing while grinding grain, lullabies drifting from courtyards, priests chanting at temple doors. Babylon was a city of quiet music. Instruments of ancient Mesopotamia. Musicians used a variety of instruments. Lyres and harps. Made of wood and decorated with gold or shell inlays. Their sound was warm, resonant, gentle, perfect for storytelling and religious hymns. Flutes and reed pipes, crafted from reeds along the river banks. Their sound airy, soft, ideal for evening melodies. Drums and frame drums, essential in temples and festivals. Their rhythm guided processions and dances. Sistrums and clappers, used in sacred rituals to invoke the presence of gods. Music in daily life. Music filled ordinary moments. Work songs. Farmers and laborers sang rhythmic chants to keep synchronized while harvesting, hauling loads, grinding grain, constructing walls. Lullabies. Mothers soothed infants with soft, repetitive melodies. Some lullabies survive today, written in cuneiform on clay tablets. Court and festival music. During festivals, music became lively. Drummers set the pace. Dancers moved in circles. Flutes created joyful melodies. Priests sang ancient hymns. Music connected people to each other and to the gods. Craft work, skilled hands shaping clay, metal, and stone. Babylonian artisans created objects that were both functional and beautiful. Pottery. Pottery was everywhere. Types included cooking pots, water jars, oil lamps, storage vessels, painted bowls. Potters used fast spinning wheels, shaping clay with practiced hands. Once fired, vessels bore geometric motifs, animal figures, simple lines, elegant curves. Each pot carried the warmth of the hearth from which it came. Jewelry. Jewelry makers worked with gold, copper, silver, lapis lazuli, carnelian, shell. Women and men wore necklaces, earrings, bracelets, anklets, amulets. Designs often included motifs of stars, bulls, palm trees, goddesses, protective symbols. Textiles. Textile weaving was both a craft and an art. Weavers created wool garments, linen wraps, fringed shawls, embroidered ceremonial cloths. Patterns ranged from simple stripes to complex geometric weaves. Metalwork. Metalworkers shaped tools, knives, vessels, mirrors, decorative plaques. Elite metalwork included finely hammered gold used in temples and palaces. Carving and sculpture. Most Babylonian sculpture was modest. Small clay figurines, protective spirits, carved amulets, reliefs on walls. But palaces also displayed grand lions, bulls, and guardian figures at their gates. Cylinder seals, tiny masterpieces of Babylon. Cylinder seals were one of the most iconic forms of Babylonian art, small stone cylinders carved with intricate scenes. How they worked. Owners rolled seals across wet clay, leaving an impression. Like a signature. Like a business stamp. Like a personal emblem. Designs on seals. Images included gods seated on thrones, worshippers offering food, Lions or bulls. Divine symbols. Mythological scenes. Geometric patterns. Despite their size, seals were beautifully detailed. Personal meaning. A seal reflected identity. Losing one was serious. Even women owned seals, emphasizing their legal authority. Painting and decorative walls. Most Babylonian homes had white plaster walls, but wealthier families added decoration. Simple patterns. Painted stripes or borders using red ochre, black charcoal, yellow earth pigments. Tile work. Babylonian glazed tiles were famous. Bright blues, deep greens, gold-toned glazes. Carved animal motifs. These decorated temples and palace gates. Storytelling, the oral heart of cultural memory. Stories brought people together. Epic tales. Babylonians told epics like Gilgamesh, Etana, Adapa, Atrahasis. These stories explored mortality, friendship, heroism, divine will, natural disasters, kingship, domestic stories, families told, animal tales, moral parables, humorous stories, family history, myths adapted for children. Grandmothers and elders were especially beloved storytellers. Storytelling settings. Stories were told on rooftops at night, in courtyards during meals, at festivals, in taverns, in temple gatherings. Voices rose and fell softly, carrying tales through generations. Poetry and hymns, the songs of the written word. Babylonian poetry was rhythmic and often sung. Temple hymns. Sung to Ishtar, Marduk, Shamosh, Ea, Nabu. Hymns expressed praise, gratitude, lament, hope. Love poems. Some of the earliest love poems in history come from Mesopotamia. They spoke of longing, admiration, devotion, seasonal beauty. They were gentle, tender, and deeply human. Art as an offering to the gods. Much Babylonian art was created for spiritual purposes. Temple offerings. Artisans crafted objects such as votive statues, carved plaques, incense burners, ceremonial vessels, embroidered cloths. These offerings symbolized gratitude and devotion. Sacred music. Musicians performed daily dawn songs, evening hymns, festival suites. Music was a bridge between humans and the divine. The emotional meaning of art in daily life. Art connected people to the land, to their ancestors, to stories, to the gods, to each other. Babylonians understood that beauty was necessary for a harmonious life. A sleep-friendly closing. A quiet night of art in ancient Babylon. Imagine now the soft glow of a Babylonian evening. You sit in a courtyard. A woman weaves beside you, the loom clicking softly. A young boy plays a simple melody on a reed flute. Fireflies drift above the rooftop. A potter's wheel slows to a stop. The smell of warm clay mixes with the faint scent of sesame oil lamps. Nearby, a storyteller begins a tale of Gilgamesh, his voice steady and calm. The stars shimmer overhead. The air cools. Shadows lengthen along the courtyard walls. Music, art, story, all woven gently into the night. This was the culture of Babylon, creative, warm, quiet, and human. Let the beauty of ancient Babylon drift softly into your thoughts. Let the gentle rhythm of its art guide you toward rest. Part 12. Temples, priests, and sacred rituals, the spiritual architecture and quiet ceremonies of Babylon. Babylon was a city shaped not only by its walls, its homes, and its markets, but by its temples. These sacred structures rose from the earth like stairways toward the heavens, offering spaces where the divine and the human met in calm and ritual harmony. To walk through Babylon was to move through a spiritual landscape. One where priests performed daily ceremonies at dawn, where incense curled slowly upward in quiet chambers, where musicians played soft hymns before the statues of gods, and where families gathered for festivals that linked them to the rhythms of the cosmos. In this chapter, we enter the temples of Babylon. We wander through their courtyards, sit beside their altars, follow priests through their morning duties, and listen to the gentle hum of ritual life that sustained the city's spiritual order. Let your mind soften as we step inside these ancient sanctuaries, cool, quiet, lit by flickering lamps, and learn how Babylon's sacred world shaped the calm foundation of its society. The temple as the center of community and cosmos. The temple was more than a building. It was the center of religious practice, economic life, education, political legitimacy, cultural memory. Every Babylonian city had a main temple dedicated to its patron deity, and Babylon, rising in prominence, had many temples as houses of the gods. Babylonians believed that gods lived in their temples, not symbolically but truly. A temple was the physical home of the divine presence. The central statue of the god was not simply a representation, it was treated as the living form of that deity on earth. Priests dressed the statue, offered food, washed and anointed it, sang hymns before it, guarded it from impurity. These acts were expressions of care, respect, and partnership with the gods. Temples as anchors of order. Temples maintained order in a deeply spiritual sense. By performing daily rituals, priests helped sustain the movement of the sun and moon, the fertility of fields, the prosperity of families, the safety of travelers, the stability of kingship. To a Babylonian, cosmic harmony depended on temples functioning smoothly. The Great Ziggurat, a stairway between heaven and earth. At the heart of Babylon's sacred architecture stood the ziggurat, massive, tiered temple towers made of mud brick and glazed tile. Design and symbolism. A ziggurat consisted of multiple ascending levels, steep stairways, a shrine at the top, brightly colored walls, monumental gateways. Its form resembled a sacred mountain rising above the flat Mesopotamian plain. The purpose of ziggurats. Ziggurats were not places for crowds. Only priests ascended their heights. The temple at the top served as the place where gods were said to descend from heaven. Priests made offerings. Important rituals were performed. The structure symbolized the connection between the earthly realm and the heavens above. Etymonanke, the ziggurat of Babylon. The great ziggurat known as Etemenanki, dedicated to Marduk, was monumental. Its name meant House of the Foundation of Heaven and Earth. For Babylon's people, it represented the spiritual axis of their world. The priests, keepers of ritual, order, and knowledge. Priests in Babylon were not only spiritual leaders. They were administrators, scholars, astronomers, healers, musicians, record keepers, advisors to kings. Their work was quiet, disciplined, and deeply rooted in tradition. Types of priests. Babylonian priesthood was complex. Sangu priests managed temples and performed major rituals. Asipu were exorcists and healers. Baru priests performed divination. Kalu were lamentation singers. Nadiatu priestesses served in long-term pious dedication. Each group maintained knowledge passed down through centuries. Training of priests. Priests learned sacred texts, ritual procedures, chants and hymns, medicinal recipes, astronomical calculations, reading omens, temple administration. Their education was rigorous and lifelong. Daily rituals, the quiet pulse of temple life. Temple rituals followed a slow, steady pattern. Dawn rituals. At dawn, priests purified themselves with water. Incense was lit. The temple gates were opened. Offerings of bread, fruit, and beer were placed before statues. Hymns were sung to greet the day. The atmosphere was serene. Light filtered softly through doorways. The temple smelled of cedar, myrrh, and warm bread. Midday duties. Midday was quieter. Priests reviewed administrative records, accepted offerings from families, oversaw temple workshops, prepared for afternoon rituals. Scribes recorded donations of grain, livestock, and goods. Evening rituals. At dusk, lamps were lit. Statues were anointed with oil. Incense was offered once more. Lullaby-like hymns were sung to put the gods to rest. The temple glowed gently in the twilight. Food for the gods, offerings and sacred meals. The gods were believed to consume the essence of food. Types of offerings. Offerings included freshly baked bread, fruits, dates, figs, roasted lamb, fish, beer, wine, sweet cakes with honey. Priests arranged offerings with great care. Redistribution. After rituals, the food was eaten by priests, distributed to temple staff, given to the poor, used in community meals. Nothing was wasted. Sacred festivals, rhythm of the year. Festivals infused Babylon with music, color, and joy. Akitu, the New Year Festival. The most important festival lasted 12 days. During Akitu, statues of gods were carried in procession. Rituals reenacted creation myths. Kings humbled themselves before Marduk. Music filled the streets. Families celebrated with food and drink. Akitu renewed cosmic order for the year ahead. Ishtar's festivals. These celebrated love, fertility, renewal. Women adorned themselves with flowers. Offerings of perfume and sweet cakes were carried to the goddess. Agricultural festivals. Marking planting and harvest seasons, these events connected people to the rhythms of the earth. Divination, reading the will of the gods. Babylonians believed the gods communicated through signs. Divination methods. Priests interpreted positions of stars, movements of planets, shapes of animal livers, patterns of smoke, dreams, oil poured into water. Divination calmed fears and guided decisions. Astronomy. Temple astronomers recorded lunar cycles, eclipses, planetary motions. Their observations formed the basis of early science. Healing rituals, medicine and magic combined. Healing blended practical knowledge with spiritual belief. Herbs and medicines. Healers used garlic, mint, willow, dates, sesame oil, honey. These were mixed into salves, teas, and poultices. Ritual healing. Some ailments were seen as spiritual imbalances. Rituals included chants, incense, protective charms, symbolic cleansing. Healers worked with calm patients. Temple economies. Land, workshops, and livelihood. Temples were major economic centers. Temple lands. Temples owned. Farms. Orchards. Herds. Fisheries. Workers cultivated these lands, receiving grain wages. Workshops. Temples sponsored. Potters. Metalworkers. Weavers. Leatherworkers. Carpenters. Goods produced were used for rituals or traded. Storage and distribution. Granaries within temples helped feed the poor. Temple staff. Travelers during festivals. Temples ensured community stability. Women in temples, priestesses and sacred servants. Women played important roles. The Naditu priestesses. These priestesses lived in dedicated temple districts. They owned property, conducted business, performed rituals, copied sacred texts, served as spiritual anchors. Musicians and singers. Women often participated as harpists, flutists, singers during ceremonies. Their voices softened the atmosphere of worship. Sacred architecture, beauty in stone, clay, and light. Temples were designed to create peace. Courtyards. Each temple contained open courtyards where worshippers prayed, incense burned, offerings were presented. Inner sanctuaries. Quiet, dim, cool chambers held the statues of gods. These rooms were tranquil, softly lit, richly decorated. Walls and decoration. Temples featured glazed tiles, carved reliefs, murals of gods and mythical creatures, copper or gold ornamentation. These designs expressed mythic meaning and cosmic order. A sleep-friendly closing evening at the Temple of Isagila. Imagine now the temple district at dusk. Priests finish evening chants. The last incense burner releases a thin, fragrant ribbon of smoke. Lamps glow softly along the colonnades. Footsteps echo lightly across smooth tiles. In the inner sanctuary, a golden statue glimmers in the dimness, surrounded by the quiet breath of sacred space. Outside, families return home. The river reflects the fading light. Palm fronds whisper in a gentle breeze. The sky deepens into a soft violet, and stars appear one by one over the massive silhouette of the ziggurat. The temple grows silent, wrapped in peaceful stillness. Let this calm settle in your mind. Let the temples of ancient Babylon guide you toward rest. Part 13. Marriage, family, and domestic life, the social bonds that shape Babylonian society. In the ancient city of Babylon, beyond the temples, markets, and bustling urban rhythms, there existed a quieter world, one woven from the daily experiences of families. This was the world of marriages, children, kinship ties, and the subtle routines that filled courtyards and rooftops with warmth. It was a world marked not by grand monuments, but by gestures of care, shared meals, and conversations held in the deep glow of evening lamps. Babylonian society, like many ancient civilizations, was firmly centered on the household. Families created stability. They passed down traditions, educated children, maintained economic life, honored ancestors, and provided comfort in times of uncertainty. To understand Babylon is to understand the domestic bonds that held it together. In this chapter, we walk gently into this world, exploring how families formed, how marriages were arranged, how children were raised, and how daily life flowed within the clay-brick homes of the city. Let your breath slow as we step into the peaceful heart of Babylonian family life. Marriage in Babylon is agreement, partnership, and community. Marriage in ancient Babylon was not simply a romantic union. It was a contract, an alliance between households, and a partnership built on mutual obligations. The purpose of marriage. Marriage served many functions. Creating stable households. Forming alliances between families. Securing inheritance and property. Ensuring the continuity of lineage. Strengthening community bonds. Babylonians viewed marriage as a foundation for social order. Arranged marriages. Most marriages were arranged by families. Fathers and mothers negotiated. Dowries. Bride price. Household expectations. Living arrangements. Property rights. These discussions were careful and respectful, ensuring that both families benefited from the union. Consent and agreement. Although arranged, marriages often included the consent of the bride and groom. Babylonian law codes, including the famous Code of Hammurabi, protected certain rights. A woman could reject a match under specific circumstances. Divorce required formal legal procedure. Bride wealth and dowry protected women from abandonment. Marriage was seen as a partnership governed by fairness, responsibility, and mutual care. Engagement and wedding preparations. Wedding preparations were modest but meaningful. The engagement contract. Before a wedding, families drafted a written contract, recorded on a clay tablet. It detailed the bride's dowry, groom's obligations, property arrangements, financial protections for the wife. Scribes played an important role in formalizing these agreements. Offerings and family gatherings. In the days before the wedding, families shared meals. Small offerings were given to household gods. Female relatives prepared clothing and jewelry. Neighbors visited to give blessings. Domestic shrines were decorated with flowers or palm leaves. The atmosphere was warm and celebratory. Wedding day. Wedding ceremonies were typically held at home, not in temples. A wedding might include a shared meal, gift exchanges, prayers at the household shrine, sealing of the marriage contract, musicians playing soft songs, blessings from elders. The bride often moved into the groom's household after the wedding, though not always. The household, the primary center of Babylonian life. Babylonian households varied in size from small families to large, extended kin groups. All members contributed to domestic harmony. Structure of the household. A household might include a married couple, children, grandparents, unmarried siblings, servants or laborious, occasionally adopted children. Elders played a respected role in guiding family decisions. Daily routine in the home. Life within the home followed a soothing pattern. Morning. Grinding grain. Baking bread. Cleaning the courtyard. Tending to infants. Preparing for work. Midday. Weaving. Pottery repair. Managing trade or errands. Tutoring children. Cooking. Evening. Shared meals. Storytelling. Quiet work by lamplight. Sleeping on rooftops during warm months. The home was a world of gentle rhythm. Women in the household, work, rights, and influence. Women in Babylon played essential roles in family life. Domestic responsibilities. Common tasks included managing storage rooms, maintaining the kitchen, organizing food preparation, weaving textiles, caring for children, tending household shrines. These responsibilities were central to family stability. Economic participation. Women often contributed to income by selling textiles, brewing beer, preparing baked goods, managing small-scale trade, overseeing servants and workers. In many families, women controlled significant portions of domestic economy. Legal rights. Babylonian women held notable legal rights for their time. They could own property. They could inherit wealth. They could manage business affairs. They could initiate legal contracts. Some served as priestesses. Widows received financial protection. Babylonian law recognized the importance of women's roles. Men in the household, responsibilities and social duties. Men typically managed external trade, fieldwork, legal matters, contracts, transactions in markets. They were expected to provide stability and maintain the welfare of their families. Fathers and sons. Fathers passed down trade skills, while sons learned farming, craftsmanship, accounting, literacy if they entered scribal training, family rituals. These teachings preserved household continuity. Children, education, play, and family bonds. Babylonian children were cherished members of the household. Birth and early childhood. Birth was celebrated with offerings at domestic shrines, protective amulets, songs and blessings. Infants stayed close to their mothers, often carried in woven slings. Childhood play. Children played with clay figurines, toy animals, balls, miniature carts, small reed instruments. Their laughter filled courtyards and rooftops. Education. Learning varied by class. Children of scribes studied cuneiform. Merchant families taught mathematics and trade. Artisans taught craft skills. Girls learned domestic arts and household management. Some girls also learned literacy, especially in priestly or elite families. Growing up. As children matured, they gradually joined adult work. Girls weaving or grinding grain. Boys helping in fields or workshops. Both assisting with household chores. The transition was gentle and practical. Kinship and extended family networks. Family extended beyond the household. Aunts, uncles, cousins. Extended relatives played important roles. Supporting economic needs. Contributing to dowries. Helping with child rearing. Hosting gatherings. Assisting during illness. Elders. Elders were guides of wisdom, memory, family rituals, intergenerational conflict resolution. Their presence brought stability. Hospitality. A moral obligation. Hospitality was a deeply held Babylonian value. Welcoming guests. Neighbors and travelers were offered water, bread, dates, a shaded place to rest. Conversation. Hospitality built trust and community harmony. Communal meals. Shared meals strengthened bonds. Feasts during festivals. Dinners honoring marriages. Gatherings during harvest. Quiet evening meals among neighbors. The act of eating together affirmed friendship. Conflict and resolution in Babylonian families. Disputes arose, but Babylonian law emphasized fairness. Legal protections. Laws addressed inheritance, divorce, property disputes, adoption, marital obligations, parental responsibilities. The aim was stability and justice. Family mediation. Often, elders resolved conflicts through calm discussion, avoiding formal courts. Adoption and fostering. Adoption was common. Reasons for adoption. Families adopted to secure heirs, to provide for orphans, to strengthen alliances, to share labor and responsibility. Adopted children received full legal rights. Death, burial, and ancestral memory. Families honored their dead with reverence. Burial practices. Burials often took place beneath the home, in courtyards, in family tombs outside city walls. Offerings to ancestors. Families left bread, beer, dates, oil, small clay figurines. These offerings expressed love and continuity. A sleep-friendly closing, a quiet evening in a Babylonian home. Imagine now the soft quiet of a Babylonian evening. In a warm courtyard, a family gathers for dinner. A mother ladles stew into clay bowls. A father breaks fresh bread. Children sit cross-legged on woven mats, sharing dates and stories from the day. A grandmother hums a gentle tune, her voice rising softly with the glow of a nearby oil lamp. As night settles, the family climbs to the rooftop. Cool air drifts from the river. Stars shimmer overhead. The quiet breathing of loved ones surrounds you. The city grows still. Lamps flicker out one by one. This is the heart of Babylon: family, warmth, simple routines, and love that endures across generations. Let this quiet domestic world guide you gently toward rest. Part 14. Scribes, schools, and the world of learning, knowledge, literacy, and the gentle discipline of Babylonian education. Among the most remarkable features of ancient Babylon was its devotion to writing and knowledge. Long before the classical libraries of Greece or Rome, the Babylonians filled clay tablets with texts of every kind: mathematics, medicine, astronomy, myths, hymns, legal codes, and quiet household letters. They built a civilization that understood the power of the written word, and they trained generations of scribes who carried on this intellectual tradition with patience, discipline, and deep respect for learning. Education in Babylon was not loud or hurried. It unfolded slowly, like the shaping of a clay tablet beneath the gentle pressure of a stylus. Children studied in courtyards, temple schools, and private houses. Lessons were rhythmic. Copying signs, reading aloud in soft voices, pressing wedges of cuneiform again and again until the hand learned their shapes by instinct. Knowledge grew steadily, like young date palms nourished by careful irrigation. Tonight, we step quietly into the world of Babylonian scribes. Into their classrooms, their libraries, their long tables, and their long hours. We approach this world with calm, letting its steady rhythms guide us deeper into rest. The importance of writing in Babylon. Writing was the backbone of Babylonian civilization. Why writing mattered? Babylon relied on writing for recording laws, preserving myths, documenting trade, storing medical knowledge, tracking astronomical movements, maintaining temple archives, communicating across distances. The written word was sacred. It was order made visible. Cuneiform, the script of the clay. Cuneiform was one of the earliest writing systems in human history. It used wedge-shaped marks, pressed into wet clay, using a reed stylus. Over time, cuneiform grew into a vast, rich script with hundreds of signs. Clay tablets as books. Books were not made of paper, but of clay. Soft clay shaped into tablets. Inscribed carefully. Dried in the sun or baked in kilns. Stored on shelves. For millennia, these tablets survived, allowing us to read Babylonian voices today. The scribal school, the Adaba, or House of Tablets. Many boys, and occasionally girls in elite or priestly families, trained as scribes. The school environment. Scribal schools were often small, quiet, located near temples, run by experienced scribes, filled with shelves of tablets. Students sat cross-legged on mats, with clay piled before them. A typical day in the school. The daily rhythm of a student included morning, smoothing clay tablets, reading lines aloud, copying simple signs, reciting vocabulary, midday, practicing longer passages, reviewing mathematics, learning proverbs, receiving corrections from the teacher. Afternoon, Writing full compositions. Memorizing hymns. Performing group readings. Cleaning up styluses and clay scraps. The atmosphere was structured but calm. Teachers and discipline. Teachers were respected figures. Discipline existed, but instruction focused more on repetition and mastery than strict punishment. Lessons were slow, steady, and thoughtful. Learning to write, from simple signs to mastery. Students progressed through stages. Stage 1, Basic Wedges. Children began by practicing. Horizontal wedges. Vertical wedges. Diagonal wedges. They repeated these shapes until their hands grew steady. Stage 2, Syllabic signs. Next came syllabic combinations. BA, by, BU, KA, key, ku. Students copied these hundreds of times. Stage 3, Complex texts. Advanced students copied. Legal cases. Proverbs. Hymns. Royal inscriptions. Each text taught grammar, style, and moral lessons. Stage 4, Original composition. Eventually, students wrote their own. Letters. Administrative notes. Poems. Exercises. This marked arrival into the world of scribal work. Subjects of study, a broad and deep curriculum. Babylonian education covered many fields. Literacy. Students learned reading, writing, grammar, vocabulary, oral recitation. Texts were copied until memorized. Mathematics. Math training included multiplication tables, division, fractions, square roots, geometry, area and volume calculations, accounting methods. Babylonian math used a base 60 system, requiring focus and patience. Astronomy. Astronomy was essential for calendars, festivals, agriculture, omens, navigation. Students learned planetary cycles and eclipse predictions. Religion and myth. Scribes memorized myths such as the Epic of Gilgamesh, the Enuma Elish, stories of Ishtar and Tammuz. Wisdom literature. These texts shaped cultural identity. Law. Future administrators studied. Contracts. Legal codes. Inheritance laws. Property disputes. Procedures for courts. This training ensured stable governance. Libraries, quiet repositories of knowledge. Babylon housed some of the earliest libraries in the world. Where libraries were found. Libraries existed in temples, palaces, large private homes, scribal schools. They contain tablets organized by subject, author, historical period, usefulness in ritual or law, library atmosphere. A Babylonian library was cool, quiet, and orderly. Imagine shelves of clay tablets, the faint smell of dried earth, lanterns casting soft shadows, scribes working silently at low tables, the occasional rustle of a stylus against clay. It was a place of calm introspection. Preservation. Clay tablets were surprisingly durable. Even fires preserved many texts by baking them into hard ceramics. Because of this durability, Babylon's knowledge survives across thousands of years. The scribe in society, a respected and valuable role. Scribes held high social status. Their responsibilities. They served as administrators, accountants, tax recorders, teachers, healers, astronomers, temple officials, legal specialists. Their training made them indispensable. Social standing. Scribes enjoyed privileges, stable income, respect in courts, opportunities for advancement, access to temple and palace archives. They formed an educated class, somewhat apart from the labor of farmers and artisans. Family and literacy. Many sons of scribes became scribes themselves, creating long scholarly lineages. Women and learning. While less common, some women did receive education. Who was educated? Women literate in Babylon were typically priestesses, daughters of scribes, women in elite families, women working in temple administration, roles they could hold. Educated women sometimes served as record keepers, priestly administrators, business owners, property managers, overseers of weaving workshops. Their literacy expanded their independence. The emotional world of learning. Quiet discipline and lifelong knowledge. Education in Babylon was more than skill. It was a formation of the mind and character. Patience. Writing on clay required steady hands and calm focus. Repetition. Mastery came through repeating lessons again and again, creating a meditative rhythm. Memory. Students memorized long passages, strengthening their inner world. Identity. Becoming a scribe meant joining a noble intellectual tradition. A gentle walk through a typical school day. Imagine now a peaceful day in a Babylonian school. The sun rises and light fills the courtyard. Students enter quietly, smoothing fresh clay tablets. A teacher sits before them, stylus in hand. He recites a line from a hymn, his voice low and steady. The children repeat it, their voices soft in the warm morning air. They begin copying signs. Clay clicks softly beneath styluses. Occasionally, a child whispers a question. The teacher leans over, corrects a wedge, offers encouragement. Birds call from the rooftops. At midday, students rest under a shaded awning. They share dates, flatbread, and water. Some practice reciting multiplication tables. Others carve small doodles into spare clay. Afternoon brings more copying. The air grows warm, but the courtyard remains calm. A breeze carries the scent of sesame oil from a nearby kitchen. When lessons end, students return tablets to shelves and wash their hands in basins of cool water. The day closes slowly, rhythmically, gently. A sleep-friendly closing, a night inside a Babylonian library. As evening falls, imagine yourself stepping into a quiet library. Clay tablets line the shelves. Lamps burn softly. A single scribe sits in the corner, pressing careful wedges into a fresh tablet. His movements are slow and deliberate. The only sound is the faint, rhythmic tapping of the stylus and the whisper of his breathing. The air is cool. The shadows are long. Outside, the city settles into night. Inside, knowledge rests peacefully on its shelves. This is Babylon's world of learning, steady, thoughtful, quiet, and enduring. Let its calm guide you gently toward rest. Part 15. Trade, merchants, and the flow of goods, the quiet movement of wealth through Babylon's markets and rivers. Babylon was a city shaped by rivers. The Tigris and Euphrates were not merely waterways but living arteries that carried goods, people, and ideas across the ancient Near East. Along their banks, boats drifted with steady calm. Merchants bargained softly beneath shaded awnings. Donkeys padded through dusty streets carrying bundles of grain, jars of oil, and baskets of dates. Markets hummed with conversation, yet the rhythm of trade remained gentle and predictable, woven into the steady pulse of daily life. In this chapter, we wander through the tranquil world of Babylonian commerce. We move among merchants who kept careful records on clay tablets, boatmen who ferried goods along canals, artisans who exchanged their wares for grain and oil, and markets that joined communities across great distances. Let your breath settle as we drift into this world of soft bargaining, calm exchanges, and the slow flow of wealth through the heart of Babylon. The geography of trade, Babylon at the crossroads. Babylon's location made it one of the most connected cities of the ancient world. Rivers as highways. The Tigris and Euphrates linked Babylon to northern Anatolia, the Persian Gulf, eastern Elam, the Levant, Arabia. Boats glided gently along canals, carrying cargo in woven baskets and clay jars. The water reflected sunlight in shimmering patterns, creating a peaceful backdrop to daily transport. Land routes. Caravans followed land routes to bring goods such as timber from Lebanon, metals from Anatolia, spices from Arabia, textiles from Elam, stone from the Zagros Mountains. Donkeys walked slowly in long lines, their bells jingling softly. Babylon as a trading hub. Because of its position, Babylon became a place where merchants from distant lands met. Languages mingled. Ideas circulated. Cultures blended. Trade enriched the city not only materially but culturally. The marketplaces, the gentle hum of daily commerce. Markets formed the social and economic centers of Babylonian neighborhoods. Layout of a market. A typical market featured shaded stalls, clay counters, baskets hanging from beams, jars filled with grains, carpets laid out with tools and wares. Vendors greeted customers with warm familiarity. The atmosphere, though busy, was not chaotic. Commerce moved with a steady rhythm. Sounds and scents. Markets filled with soft sensory impressions. The murmur of bargaining. The rustle of reed mats. The scent of dates and sesame oil. The gentle clink of pottery. The soft braying of donkeys. Flutes played by passing musicians. Nothing was harsh or overwhelming. It was a place of human connection. Merchants and their work, quiet negotiators of wealth. Merchants, known as Tamkarim, were respected for their knowledge and reliability. Skills of a merchant. Merchants needed to understand geography, mathematics, basic law, accounting, foreign goods, prices and exchange rates, negotiation etiquette. Training was often passed from father to son. Record keeping. Merchants kept careful records on clay tablets. Debts. Credits. Inventories. Agreements. Partnership contracts. Shipping lists. Scribes sometimes assisted them, ensuring accuracy and legal protection. Types of merchants. Different merchants specialized in grain, wool, beer, oil, pottery, livestock, spices, metals, fine crafts. Some traveled abroad, while others remained local. Trade goods, what flowed in and out of Babylon. Babylon imported and exported a wide array of goods. Imports. From afar came cedar wood, copper, tin, precious stones, lapis, carnelian, agate, luxury textiles, incense and perfumes, horses, wine. These goods reflected Babylon's taste for both practical supplies and refined objects. Local products. Babylon exported barley, dates, wool, woven textiles, sesame oil, pottery, crafted jewelry, leather goods. These goods represented the city's strengths in agriculture and craftsmanship. Caravans, moving slowly across the ancient landscape. Caravans were peaceful traveling communities. The caravan journey. Merchants and their animals traveled slowly, steadily, in groups for safety, following known routes along canals and plains. Caravans often camped by rivers, lighting small fires and sharing stories under the stars. Caravan animals. Caravans relied on donkeys, most common. Camels, in later periods. Mules. Each step of the animals created a gentle, rhythmic sound along the dusty roads. Boats and water transport, the soft drift of commerce. River transport was even more essential. Types of boats. Babylonians used reed boats, wooden boats, coracle-like round boats, barges for heavy cargo. Boatmen guided vessels with poles or oars, while the river carried them forward effortlessly. Life along the channels. Along the canals. Fishermen cast nets. Children played on the banks. Birds drifted overhead. Reeds swayed in light breezes. These waterways formed quiet corridors of activity. Trade and daily life, how ordinary families participated. Trade was not only for merchants. Ordinary people engaged in commerce daily. Women in trade. Women often sold bread, offered woven goods, brewed and sold beer, exchanged surplus vegetables, managed household markets. This allowed them financial autonomy. Barter and exchange. Although silver functioned as a currency standard, barter was common. Grain for tools. Wool for pottery. Fish for vegetables. Beer for labor. The goal was mutual benefit. Taverns and inns. Travelers rested in taverns where they found food, beer, shelter, local news. These places fostered social connection. Legal framework, stability and trust in commerce. Babylonian law ensured fair trade. Contracts. Business agreements were recorded. In writing. Before witnesses. With specific terms. This reduced disputes and protected partners. Loans and investments. Merchants often formed partnerships, shared caravans, group investments. Risk was distributed across participants. Weights and measures. Standardized measures ensured fairness. Standardized weights, stone and metal. Grain volume measurements. Regulated scales. Inspectors checked accuracy to maintain trust. International trade, the broad reach of Babylonian influence. Babylon's connections extended far into the ancient world. Routes to the east. Trade reached Elam, the Iranian plateau, Central Asia. These brought metals and exotic goods. Routes to the west. Through Syria and the Levant. Timber. Wine. Textiles. Ivory carvings. Arrived from Mediterranean regions. Routes to the south. Through Arabia. Incense. Copper. Spices. Traveled northward. Economic inequality, gentle layers of wealth and poverty. Trade created economic variation. The wealthy. Prosperous merchants owned large homes. Multiple storerooms. Servants. Plenty of livestock. Business partnerships. Middle class. Artisans, scribes, and small-scale traders lived comfortably but modestly. The poor. Laborious and tenant farmers participated in trade through selling small goods, offering services, working in markets. Most people lived simply but securely within their neighborhoods. A calm evening in Babylon's market district. Imagine now evening settling over a Babylonian marketplace. Stalls are closing. Merchants wrap their goods in reed mats. The smell of sesame oil and baked bread lingers in the air. A gentle breeze moves between clay buildings. A boat glides along a nearby canal, its oars dipping softly into the water. A boy leads a donkey toward home, its hooves tapping a slow rhythm on the dusty road. A scribe finishes tallying accounts for the day. A woman folds her woven cloths and places them in a basket. Families pass by carrying fresh dates and vegetables for dinner. The setting sun paints the market in warm, golden light. Soon the lamps will be extinguished. The night will grow quiet. And the market, heart of the city's commerce, will rest until dawn. Let this peaceful scene settle gently into your thoughts. Let the rhythms of trade and gentle movement of goods guide you toward rest. Part 15. Trade, merchants, and the flow of goods, the quiet movement of wealth through Babylon's markets and rivers. Babylon was a city shaped by rivers. The Tigris and Euphrates were not merely waterways but living arteries that carried goods, people, and ideas across the ancient Near East. Along their banks, boats drifted with steady calm. Merchants bargained softly beneath shaded awnings. Donkeys padded through dusty streets carrying bundles of grain, jars of oil, and baskets of dates. Markets hummed with conversation, yet the rhythm of trade remained gentle and predictable, woven into the steady pulse of daily life. In this chapter, we wander through the tranquil world of Babylonian commerce. We move among merchants who kept careful records on clay tablets, boatmen who ferried goods along canals, artisans who exchanged their wares for grain and oil, and markets that joined communities across great distances. Let your breath settle as we drift into this world of soft bargaining, calm exchanges, and the slow flow of wealth through the heart of Babylon. The geography of trade, Babylon at the crossroads. Babylon's location made it one of the most connected cities of the ancient world. Rivers as highways. The Tigris and Euphrates linked Babylon to northern Anatolia, the Persian Gulf, eastern Elam, the Levant, Arabia. Boats glided gently along canals, carrying cargo in woven baskets and clay jars. The water reflected sunlight in shimmering patterns, creating a peaceful backdrop to daily transport. Land routes. Caravans followed land routes to bring goods such as timber from Lebanon, metals from Anatolia, spices from Arabia, textiles from Elam, stone from the Zagros Mountains. Donkeys walked slowly in long lines, their bells jingling softly. Babylon as a trading hub. Because of its position, Babylon became a place where merchants from distant lands met. Languages mingled. Ideas circulated. Cultures blended. Trade enriched the city not only materially but culturally. The marketplaces, the gentle hum of daily commerce. Markets formed the social and economic centers of Babylonian neighborhoods. Layout of a market. A typical market featured shaded stalls, clay counters, baskets hanging from beams, jars filled with grains, carpets laid out with tools and wares. Vendors greeted customers with warm familiarity. The atmosphere, though busy, was not chaotic. Commerce moved with a steady rhythm. Sounds and scents. Markets filled with soft sensory impressions. The murmur of bargaining. The rustle of reed mats. The scent of dates and sesame oil. The gentle clink of pottery. The soft braying of donkeys. Flutes played by passing musicians. Nothing was harsh or overwhelming. It was a place of human connection. Merchants and their work, quiet negotiators of wealth. Merchants, known as Tamkarim, were respected for their knowledge and reliability. Skills of a merchant. Merchants needed to understand geography, mathematics, basic law, accounting, foreign goods, prices and exchange rates. Negotiation etiquette. Training was often passed from father to son. Record keeping. Merchants kept careful records on clay tablets. Debts. Credits. Inventories. Agreements. Partnership contracts. Shipping lists. Scribes sometimes assisted them, ensuring accuracy and legal protection. Types of merchants. Different merchants specialized in grain, wool, beer, oil, pottery, livestock, spices, metals, fine crafts. Some traveled abroad, while others remained local. Trade goods, what flowed in and out of Babylon. Babylon imported and exported a wide array of goods. Imports. From afar came cedar wood, copper, tin, precious stones, lapis, carnelian, agate, luxury textiles, incense and perfumes, horses, wine. These goods reflected Babylon's taste for both practical supplies and refined objects. Local products. Babylon exported barley, dates, wool, woven textiles, sesame oil, pottery, crafted jewelry, leather goods. These goods represented the city's strengths in agriculture and craftsmanship. Caravans moving slowly across the ancient landscape. Caravans were peaceful traveling communities. The caravan journey. Merchants and their animals traveled slowly, steadily, in groups for safety, following known routes along canals and plains. Caravans often camped by rivers, lighting small fires and sharing stories under the stars. Caravan animals. Caravans relied on donkeys, most common. Camels, in later periods. Mules. Each step of the animals created a gentle, rhythmic sound along the dusty roads. Boats and water transport, the soft drift of commerce. River transport was even more essential. Types of boats. Babylonians used reed boats, wooden boats, coracle-like round boats, barges for heavy cargo. Boatmen guided vessels with poles or oars, while the river carried them forward effortlessly. Life along the channels. Along the canals. Fishermen cast nets. Children played on the banks. Birds drifted overhead. Reeds swayed in light breezes. These waterways formed quiet corridors of activity. Trade and daily life, how ordinary families participated. Trade was not only for merchants. Ordinary people engaged in commerce daily. Women in trade. Women often sold bread, offered woven goods, brewed and sold beer, exchanged surplus vegetables, managed household markets. This allowed them financial autonomy. Barter and exchange. Although silver functioned as a currency standard, barter was common. Grain for tools. Wool for pottery. Fish for vegetables. Beer for labor. The goal was mutual benefit. Taverns and inns. Travelers rested in taverns where they found food, beer, shelter, local news. These places fostered social connection, legal framework, stability and trust in commerce. Babylonian law ensured fair trade. Contracts. Business agreements were recorded in writing, before witnesses, with specific terms. This reduced disputes and protected partners. Loans and investments. Merchants often formed partnerships, shared caravans, group investments. Risk was distributed across participants. Weights and measures. Standardized measures ensured fairness. Standardized weights, stone and metal. Grain volume measurements. Regulated scales. Inspectors checked accuracy to maintain trust. International trade, the broad reach of Babylonian influence. Babylon's connections extended far into the ancient world. Routes to the east. Trade reached Elam, the Iranian plateau, Central Asia. These brought metals and exotic goods. Routes to the west, through Syria and the Levant. Timber, wine, textiles, ivory carvings, arrived from Mediterranean regions. routes to the south. Through Arabia. Incense. Copper. Spices. Traveled northward. Economic inequality, gentle layers of wealth and poverty. Trade created economic variation. The wealthy. Prosperous merchants owned large homes, multiple storerooms, servants, plenty of livestock, business partnerships, middle class. Artisans, scribes, and small-scale traders lived comfortably but modestly. The poor. Laborious and tenant farmers participated in trade through selling small goods, offering services, working in markets. Most people lived simply but securely within their neighborhoods. A calm evening in Babylon's market district. Imagine now evening settling over a Babylonian marketplace. Stalls are closing. Merchants wrap their goods in reed mats. The smell of sesame oil and baked bread lingers in the air. A gentle breeze moves between clay buildings. A boat glides along a nearby canal, its oars dipping softly into the water. A boy leads a donkey toward home, its hooves tapping a slow rhythm on the dusty road. A scribe finishes tallying accounts for the day. A woman folds her woven cloths and places them in a basket. Families pass by carrying fresh dates and vegetables for dinner. The setting sun paints the market in warm, golden light. Soon the lamps will be extinguished. The night will grow quiet. And the market, heart of the city's commerce, will rest until dawn. Let this peaceful scene settle gently into your thoughts. Let the rhythms of trade and gentle movement of goods guide you toward rest. Part 17. Law, justice, and social order, the quiet structure that held Babylon together. To outsiders, the ancient city of Babylon may have appeared overwhelming, its towering walls, its bustling markets, its grand temples, and its endless canals. But beneath this activity lay a quiet, steady framework that made daily life peaceful and predictable. This framework was the Babylonian system of law and justice, one of the most sophisticated in the ancient world. It touched every part of life. Marriage, trade, inheritance, agriculture, property, and personal conduct. It shaped how neighbors resolved disputes, how merchants made agreements, how families managed their estates, and how order flowed from the palace into the smallest village. Tonight, we enter that world, not through the loud proclamations of kings, but through the calm, methodical routines of scribes, judges, elders, and ordinary citizens seeking fairness. Babylonian law was not abstract. It was deeply practical, focused on creating stability in a world shaped by rivers, crops, and community. And although some laws could be stern, their purpose was largely to prevent conflict before it began, allowing society to move with predictability and peace. Let your breath soften as we walk through quiet courtrooms, shaded administrative halls, and the gentle rhythms of Babylonian justice. The foundations of Babylonian law, order from the gods. Divine origin of law. Babylonians believed that law came from the gods. Shamash, the sun god, was the patron of justice. Marduk upheld truth and cosmic order. Kings ruled as earthly guardians of divine law. This belief gave the legal system moral weight. Laws were not merely human inventions, they were part of the cosmos. The king as guardian of justice. The king issued legal reforms, protected the vulnerable, appointed judges, managed major disputes, oversaw temple courts. ensured fairness during festivals. Yet kings were not seen as above the law. They were expected to act as stewards, not tyrants. The Code of Hammurabi, one of the world's oldest law collections. Though not the only Babylonian law code, the Code of Hammurabi remains the most famous. Inscribed on a tall stone stele, it stood publicly so that citizens could reference its principles. What the code contained. It addressed property, trade, marriage, inheritance, labor, crime, agriculture, loans, medical practice, fees and penalties. The laws were specific and practical. Purpose of the code. It aimed to protect the weak, prevent disputes, promote consistency, define responsibilities, set predictable penalties. The presence of the code created a sense of security. Public display. The stele stood in a temple courtyard, accessible to all. Even if most people could not read, scribes could interpret the rules. Everyday justice, how ordinary people used the law. Local courts. Most disputes were resolved in neighborhood courts, village assemblies, temple courts overseen by priests, designated courtrooms near administrative buildings. These spaces were calm, orderly, and formal. Judges and elders. Cases were often heard by professional judges, city elders, temple officials, high priests for special disputes. Judges were respected for their fairness and long years of experience. Scribes in court. Scribes recorded testimony, wrote verdicts, prepared contracts, maintained archives, ensured legal accuracy. Their clay tablets preserved countless cases. Contracts, the backbone of Babylonian order. Babylonians used contracts for nearly everything. Common contract types. Marriage agreements, dowry records, property sales, loans, business partnerships, apprenticeships, rental agreements, labor arrangements. Contracts prevented misunderstandings. Witnesses. Witnesses stood by as legal guarantors. Neighbors. Relatives. Merchants. Temple officials. Their presence offered security and social validation. Seals. Parties stamped contracts with cylinder seals, tiny carved stones that rolled images onto clay. A seal was personal and carried legal weight. Property and ownership, how land and goods were managed. Land ownership. Land could be privately owned, leased, inherited, granted by temples or royalty. Families treated land as sacred inheritance. Inheritance laws. These ensured that sons inherited equally. Daughters received dowries. Widows were protected. Adopted children were treated the same as biological children. Law structured family life across generations. Marriage and the law, rights and responsibilities. Legal protection for women. Babylonian law, though patriarchal, provided notable protections. Dowries remained a woman's personal property. Wives could seek divorce under certain conditions. Widows could manage estates. Marriages required written agreements. abuse and neglect were punishable. Marital contracts. A marriage contract outlined financial security, property rights, obligations of both partners, parenting expectations, divorce provisions. This clarity prevented conflict. Agricultural law, protecting fields, water, and harvests. Agriculture was the lifeblood of Babylonia. Irrigation rules. Laws addressed canal maintenance, flood control, fair water distribution, penalties for negligence, damage caused by livestock. These laws kept the countryside functional. Crop responsibilities. If a farmer failed to maintain irrigation channels, resulting in neighbors' fields being damaged, they bore legal responsibility. This reinforced communal harmony. Trade law, ensuring fair commerce. Standard weights and measures. Stores used. Regulated scales. Standardized weights. Fixed volumetric containers. Inspectors visited markets to ensure honesty. Merchants and agents. Merchants often hired agents to travel on their behalf. Laws defined responsibility for goods, compensation for loss, interest rates on loans, share of profits. This clarity supported long-distance trade. Labor and slavery, rules that governed work and status. Labor contracts. Workers entered agreements for harvest seasons, construction, weaving, herding, transportation. These contracts were written and witnessed. Slavery in Babylon. Slavery existed, but Babylonian slaves could buy their freedom, could own property, could marry, could conduct business, were protected from severe mistreatment. Many slaves were debtors temporarily working off obligations. Crime and punishment, maintaining social balance. Types of crimes. Crimes included theft, fraud, assault, harboring fugitives, false witness, property damage, breach of contract. Punishments vary but aim to deter wrongdoing. Restitution as a principle. Often punishments required. Returning stolen items. Paying compensation. Replacing damaged property. Restitution emphasized repairing harm. Divination and justice, interpreting the will of the gods. Sometimes, legal cases involve divine consultation. Omen reading. Priests might interpret celestial events. Liver omens from animals. Dreams. Oil patterns on water. These practices supported decisions in complex disputes. The emotional and social logic of Babylonian law. Babylonian justice aimed to preserve stability, fairness, predictability, community trust. Law reinforced the social fabric, ensuring that families, merchants, farmers, and officials could live without constant fear of wrongdoing. There was a deep cultural belief that where law exists, peace follows. A sleep-friendly closing, a quiet evening in the court of Babylon. Imagine now a peaceful administrative hall at twilight. Clay tablets are stacked neatly on a low wooden desk. A judge smooths his robe and extinguishes an oil lamp. A scribe presses the last wedge of the day into a tablet, then places it gently on a shelf. Outside, the sky darkens into a deep, serene blue. The courtyard beyond the hall is hushed. Palm trees rustle softly. A donkey's hooves echo faintly as someone passes along a distant street. The day's conflicts have been resolved, agreements signed, and disputes set aside. Inside the hall, silence settles like a warm blanket. Order has been restored. Law has done its quiet work. Let this sense of stability soothe your thoughts. Let the calm justice of ancient Babylon guide you toward rest. Part 18. Health, Medicine, and Healing, the Quiet Art of Care in Ancient Babylon. Health in ancient Babylon was not seen as a simple matter of the body. It was a delicate balance between physical well-being, emotional harmony, and spiritual order. To fall ill was to slip out of alignment with the forces of nature and the will of the gods. To be healed was to be gently guided back into balance by a network of healers, priests, remedies, and rituals. Unlike the bustling atmosphere of temples or markets, the world of Babylonian medicine unfolded quietly within homes, courtyards, and calm temple chambers where soft lamps flickered and herbs were crushed into soothing mixtures. This chapter steps softly into that world. We enter the homes where mothers brewed herbal infusions, the small clinics where healers mixed ointments, the temple spaces where priests whispered incantations, and the courtyards where people rested in cool shade while recovering from fevers. Let your breath slow as we explore the gentle art of care that supported Babylonian life. The foundations of Babylonian medicine, a blend of science and spirit. Two paths of healing. Babylonian medicine unfolded along two complementary paths. Asipu is spiritual healers and exorcists. Asu, practical medical healers and herbal specialists. These two traditions rarely contradicted each other, rather, they formed a unified approach. Illness as imbalance. Babylonians believed illness could arise from natural causes, poor diet, environmental conditions, spiritual forces, divine displeasure, emotional distress, malevolent influences. Health meant restoring harmony. Healing spaces. Treatments occurred in homes, small healing rooms, temple chambers, garden courtyards, shaded awnings along rivers. Each space encouraged calm recovery. Herbal medicine, remedies from the land. Sources of healing herbs. Healers worked with an impressive range of natural ingredients. Garlic, mint, dill, myrrh, tamarisk, willow, licorice root, thyme, mustard seed, sesame oil, frankincense, honey. These ingredients came from local fields, gardens, and distant lands through trade. Preparing medicines. Herbal remedies were prepared with patient care. Grinding herbs in stone mortars. Heating oils slowly. Mixing honey with crushed leaves. Brewing teas in clay pots. Applying warm poultices. Blending powders with wine or water. The process created soft sounds, grinding, stirring, pouring, that added to the atmosphere of healing. Common treatments. Babylonians treated fevers with willow bark infusions, digestive issues with mint and coriander, coughs with honey mixtures, skin irritations with sesame oil, wounds with resin and clay salves, Each remedy was crafted gently by hand. Spiritual healing, rituals of protection and restoration. While herbal medicine treated the body, spiritual rituals addressed unseen influences. The Asipu, ritual healers. These specialists conducted incantations, purification rites, protective charms, dream interpretation, offerings to gods, symbolic cleansing rituals. Their role was central to restoring cosmic harmony. Incantation ceremonies. Ceremonies often took place in quiet rooms. Incense burning. Offerings placed on small altars. Water sprinkled lightly. Low chanting in rhythmic tones. Symbolic objects arranged carefully. These scenes were peaceful and meditative. Amulets and charms. Amulets were worn for protection. Clay figurines. Carved stones. Inscribed tablets. Small necklaces. Metal pendants. Many families kept protective charms by beds or doorways. Diagnosis, observation and experience. Babylonian healers observed patients with careful attention. Clinical observation. They assessed pulse, breathing, skin color, temperature, appetite, sleep patterns, dreams and emotional state. This holistic view helped them understand the nature of illness. Written knowledge. Healers consulted clay tablets containing symptom lists, herbal recipes, case studies, step-by-step treatments, ritual guidelines. These tablets formed one of the earliest medical literatures in the world. Household care, daily healing practices within the home. Most care occurred at home, where illness was met with tenderness. Family responsibilities. Mothers, fathers, and grandparents prepared food for the sick, kept rooms shaded, cooled fevers with water, massaged limbs with oil, recited protective prayers, kept lamps burning softly at night. The home became a sanctuary for healing. The courtyard as a healing space. Courtyards offered fresh air, filtered sunlight, space for rest and gentle movement, warmth during winter, cool breezes during summer evenings. Patients often convalesced under awnings or on rooftop mats. Healing through food, nutrition as medicine. Babylonian healers understood the power of food in recovery. Healing foods. Meals for the sick often included warm barley porridge, lentil broth, date and honey mixtures, fresh cucumbers, soft bread dipped in oil, diluted beer for hydration. Food was prepared simply and gently. Dietary prescriptions. Certain foods were avoided depending on symptoms. Heavy meats during fever. Sour foods during stomach issues. Cold foods during winter chills. Healers advised balanced meals to restore strength. Public health and sanitation. Babylonians practiced several early public health measures. Cleanliness. They emphasized washing hands and face, bathing regularly, cleaning wounds, boiling water when needed, disposing of waste properly. Priests oversaw cleansing rituals during epidemics. Urban infrastructure. The city maintained drainage systems, Waste pits. Wells. Canal flushing routines. These reduce disease spread. Care for pregnant women and infants. Pregnancy and childbirth received special attention. Pregnancy care. Women received herbal tonics. Protective charms. Dietary advice. Massage with fragrant oils. Assistance from midwives. Midwives. Midwives helped with labor, delivery, newborn care, postpartum rituals, soothing herbal baths. Their role was deeply respected. Infant protection. Families protected infants with lullabies, beads and small amulets, soft cloth wraps, cradle charms, nightly prayers, healing in temples, sacred medicine under the eyes of the gods. Temples offered specialized healing. Sacred clinics. Temples associated with deities like Gula, goddess of healing; Ea, god of wisdom and magic; Shamash, god of justice and truth. Maintained healing chambers. Ritual baths. Patients sometimes underwent immersion in sacred waters, anointing with oils, purification rites. These calmed both mind and body. Dream healing. Some sought healing through dreams, sleeping overnight in sacred spaces in hopes of receiving divine guidance. Psychological and emotional healing. Babylonians recognized emotional distress. Emotional symptoms. Healers treated sadness, anxiety, grief, nightmares, fear. Soothing treatments. Treatments included calming music, fragrant incense, storytelling, gentle massage, comforting herbal teas. Healing was holistic, addressing the spirit as much as the body. The emotional logic of Babylonian healing. Babylonian healing focused on restoring balance, protecting relationships, calming the home, supporting community, harmonizing with cosmic order. Healing was not rushed, it unfolded slowly, like the natural rhythms of the land. A sleep-friendly closing, a quiet night in a Babylonian healing room. Imagine now a small healing room lit by one soft oil lamp. The air smells faintly of herbs, mint, myrrh, and cedar. A healer crushes leaves gently in a stone mortar, the sound rhythmic and calming. A bowl of warm sesame oil rests nearby. Outside, a light breeze rustles palm leaves. A mother sits beside her resting child, murmuring a slow, soothing chant taught by her grandmother. The healer approaches with a warm cloth, pressing it gently against the child's forehead. The room is quiet. The flicker of lamplight reflects off smooth clay walls. Calm fills every corner. In this space, healing is not hurried. It is tender, peaceful, and deeply human. Let the atmosphere of this ancient healing room settle over you. Let its calm guide your thoughts slowly toward rest. Part 19. War, Soldiers, and the Defense of Babylon, the quiet realities behind a powerful empire. When people imagine Babylon, they often think first of its monumental architecture, its gardens, its ziggurats, its vast temples, its kings, and its rich scholarly traditions. But beneath all of this splendor existed another, quieter foundation. The men who guarded the city's walls, patrolled its borders, protected its canals, and ensured that people could sleep peacefully beneath their rooftop mats. War in ancient Babylon was never described as glorious. It was viewed as a burden, an obligation, a necessary responsibility of the state. For the people who lived in the countryside and city alike, the hope was always that soldiers would remain a distant presence, a shield against threats rather than a constant part of daily life. In this chapter, we walk softly into the world of Babylonian soldiers, not through the noise of battle, but through the calm routines of training, preparation, vigilance, and the protective mindset that shaped military life. We explore the city walls at dawn, the quiet camps along rivers, the slow training sessions under the sun, and the ways families waited for the safe return of loved ones. Let your breath slow as we enter this world of shields, spears, fortifications, and quiet resolve. The purpose of war in Babylon: defense, stability, and order. Babylonians did not glorify conflict. Their texts rarely romanticized warfare. Instead, war was framed as protection of irrigation systems, defense of trade routes, maintenance of political unity, response to raids or encroaching powers, fulfillment of divine mandate from the gods. For the average citizen, war was something that ideally remained far from home. The king as military leader. Kings carried titles emphasizing strength and divine favor, but they were expected to act as strategic decision-makers, as protectors of the vulnerable, as overseers of defensive infrastructure, as calm, reliable figures in times of tension. War was framed as an extension of justice, not ambition. The soldiers of Babylon, a diverse and organized force. Babylonian armies were composed of trained full-time soldiers, temporary levies during emergencies, archers and slingers, chariot crews, engineers, scouts, guards stationed in watchtowers. These roles were deeply organized to ensure that the city remained safe. Training and preparation. Training emphasized endurance walks, archery practice, spear drills, shield formations, swimming in canals, maintaining weapons, marching in formation. Training was rhythmic and steady, not frantic or hurried. The soldier's equipment. A typical Babylonian soldier carried a spear or javelin, a bow, a bronze or copper-tipped dagger, a round or rectangular shield, a helmet made of bronze or leather, a wool or linen tunic, sandals or heavy boots. Their gear was practical and designed for long days under the sun. Life inside the city walls, watchtowers, patrols, and quiet vigilance. Babylon's walls were among the most impressive in the ancient world, broad, tall, and reinforced with towers. Watchtowers. Watchtowers dotted the walls at regular intervals. Soldiers on watch scanned the horizon, monitored gates, kept notes on clay tablets, called out signals to nearby guards, watched the movement of caravans. Night duty was quiet and introspective, with only the stars above and the soft wind along the walls. Gatekeepers. City gates were heavily guarded. Gatekeepers identified travelers, inspected goods, kept records, enforced curfews, managed traffic during markets. These positions required attentiveness and calm judgment. Wall patrols. Patrols moved with slow consistency. observing canals, checking brickwork for wear, greeting citizens politely, offering aid when needed. City walls were not symbols of fear, but of protection. Soldiers in the countryside, river outposts and quiet camps. Outside Babylon, soldiers manned small outposts along canals, farmlands, caravan routes, border zones. Life in an outpost. A typical outpost included a small mud brick fort, a watchtower, a courtyard, storage for water and grain, sleeping quarters, a small stable. Soldiers lived simply, cooking together and tending their own animals. Duties of rural soldiers. They often guarded irrigation channels, protected farmers from raiders, guided caravans, maintained communication routes, helped repair flood damage. The countryside relied on their steady presence. Military engineering, the quiet craft behind defense. Babylonian engineers were vital. Fortification construction. Engineers designed moats, ramparts, walls, reinforced gates, embankments. They used principles of geometry and practical physics. Siege defense knowledge. Even though battles were rare, soldiers trained to reinforce walls rapidly, dig trenches, build protective screens, repair damaged gates, coordinate countermeasures. Much of this work was done with calm precision long before any conflict arose. Chariotry, the mobile arm of Babylon's forces. Chariots added speed and mobility. Composition of a chariot team. Each team typically had a driver, a warrior with bow or spear, sometimes an assistant carrying shield or quiver. Chariots required skilled teamwork. Training charioteers. Training involved guiding horses gently, practicing coordinated turns, shooting arrows while moving, maintaining wheels and harnesses, reading terrain. Training sessions were long but steady, often carried out along flat canal paths. Archers and slingers, precision and patience. Long-distance fighters required particular discipline. Archers. Archers practiced pulling powerful composite bows, shooting from walls, delivering volleys from formation, adjusting for wind and distance. Their training was meditative, repetitive, controlled, quiet. Slingers. Slingers used smooth stones and practiced precision shots, rhythmic swings, long-distance throws. Their work required fluid motion and steady breath. The emotional life of soldiers, duty, routine, and family bonds. Soldiers were not distant figures. They were fathers, brothers, sons, neighbors. Calm between duties. In calm moments, soldiers told stories, carved small charms, repaired sandals and clothing, shared meals around small fires, wrote letters home. Many letters survive describing longing, hope, and gentle affection for family. Family connections. Family supported soldiers by sending food, maintaining farms, making offerings in temples, keeping households stable, praying for safe returns. War was never purely political. It was deeply emotional. Leadership and command, quiet coordination, not chaos. Officers, often experienced soldiers or literate administrators, upheld order through clear instructions, reliable routines, organized patrol schedules, fair distribution of supplies, careful planning. Their leadership emphasized consistency rather than force. Councils of commanders. Before campaigns, commanders met in quiet halls, spreading maps on wooden tables, discussing terrain, reviewing supplies, consulting priests, considering omens. Decisions were grounded in caution. The impact of war on daily life. Even far from battlefields, war influenced society. Supply management. The state stored grain, oil, and beer for troops. Temples helped manage rations. Economic adjustments. During wars, artisans produced weapons, shields, harnesses, leather goods. Agricultural labor sometimes shifted to women and elders. Community solidarity. Families assisted one another, helping with fields, supporting widows, watching over children, sharing resources. War created hardship, but also strengthened bonds. A peaceful vision, soldiers returning home. Most Babylonian campaigns were seasonal and brief. Many soldiers were able to return after harvest, after border patrol rotations, before festivals. Returns were emotional but calm. Families gathered in courtyards. Lamps were lit. Bread was broken. Quiet gratitude filled homes. A sleep-friendly closing. A quiet night on the walls of Babylon. Imagine now standing on Babylon's walls at dusk. The sun sinks into the horizon, painting the bricks in warm gold. A gentle breeze moves through the crenellations. Two guards walk slowly along the parapet, their footfalls soft against the stone. One carries a lantern that glows like a small star. The other scans the peaceful plain beyond the river. Below, the city hums with evening calm. Children laugh as they climb to rooftops for bedtime. Lamps flicker in courtyards. The canals reflect the last light of day. The soldiers continue their quiet patrol, steady, protective, and calm. Their presence brings peace to the sleeping city. Let this image rest gently in your thoughts. Let the quiet guardians of ancient Babylon soothe your mind toward sleep. Part 20. Decline, Memory, and Legacy, the gentle fading of Babylon and the quiet echoes it left behind. Every civilization, no matter how radiant, eventually softens into memory. Babylon, once a city of shimmering walls, quiet canals, towering ziggurats, bustling markets, and peaceful courtyards, was no exception. Its people lived, worked, worshipped, traded, loved, healed, and dreamed across thousands of years. They built a world that shaped the foundations of writing, astronomy, law, religion, and urban life. And yet even this vast civilization, so deeply rooted in the land between the rivers, reached a point when its voice grew quieter, its structures weathered, its rituals dimmed, and its presence became a gentle echo carried forward through stories, ruins, and clay tablets buried in the earth. This final chapter takes a slow, reflective walk through the fading centuries of Babylon. Not with sorrow, but with profound calm. We explore how the empire softened, how power shifted to new rulers, how daily life persisted even through political changes, and how the memory of Babylon lived on long after its last temple lamps were extinguished. Let your breathing steady as we bring this long journey to a close, quietly, thoughtfully, and with deep respect for the ancient world we have just traveled through. The long arc of time, Babylon across centuries. Babylon was not a civilization that ended suddenly. Its story was one of long transitions. Layers of history. The city experienced the rise and fall of dynasties, shifting alliances, invasions and reconquests, rebuilding after floods, long periods of peace, short bursts of conflict. Each era left its mark, adding layers of memory to the landscape. Continuation amid change. Even when kings changed, many aspects of daily life remained steady. Farmers still irrigated fields. Families still gathered in courtyards. Scribes still pressed wedges into clay. Shepherds still tended flocks. Merchants still traveled along canals. Civilization was shaped not only by rulers but by the quiet persistence of ordinary people. The Kassites and the gentle transformation of Babylon. After the fall of Hammurabi's dynasty, the Kassites, a people from the Zagros foothills, took control of Babylon. A peaceful influence. The Kassites ruled for centuries, bringing stability, careful administration, religious continuity, agricultural expansion. They adopted Babylonian culture rather than replacing it. Cultural blending. During Kassite rule, old traditions continued. Scribal schools thrived. Temples expanded. The countryside flourished. Babylon remained a cultural beacon. Later empires, Assyria, Persia, and the shifting of power. As centuries passed, Babylon became part of larger imperial worlds. Assyrian rule. The Assyrians at times controlled Babylon, though the relationship was complex. Despite political tension, Babylonians maintained local customs. Temples kept their rituals. Markets remained vibrant. The Neo-Babylonian Renaissance. Babylon rose again under kings like Nebuchadnezzar II, who rebuilt the city with the Grand Ishtar Gate, magnificent walls, new temples, expanding palaces. This period represented a cultural flowering. Persian conquest. The Persians, under Cyrus the Great, conquered Babylon with little destruction. Cyrus respected Babylonian customs. Temples remained open. Priests kept their offices. People continued their lives peacefully. The transition was gentle, not violent. The slow decline, when rivers shift and time softens stone. Civilizations rarely vanish in a moment. Environmental changes. Over time, river courses shifted. Canals silted. Fields dried. Salinization reduced harvests. These natural forces slowly eroded Babylon's agricultural strength. Economic shifts. Regional trade moved elsewhere. Once central routes became quieter. The city's economic heart began to slow. Political marginalization. Under later Persian, Seleucid, and Parthian rule, Babylon became less politically important, less economically central, overshadowed by new capitals. Life continued, but the city no longer commanded the ancient world. daily life during the city's final centuries. Even as Babylon faded from power, its people lived full lives. Families in courtyards. Families still gathered each evening, sharing bread, telling stories, weaving cloth, grinding grain, caring for animals. Human routines remained steady. Scribes at work. Scribes continued, copying old texts, maintaining temple archives, recording contracts. Some of the last cuneiform tablets ever written come from late Babylon. Temples in quiet decline. Temples remained open but saw fewer priests. Some rituals faded, but the spiritual memory of the city endured. A city slowly emptying. Neighborhoods thinned. Walls weathered. Canals became clogged. But the city did not collapse abruptly, it gently exhaled across generations. The final echoes of cuneiform. One of the most remarkable aspects of Babylon's legacy was its writing system. The last tablets. Cuneiform was written for more than 3,000 years. Eventually, it faded as Aramaic evolved as a common script. Greek influence spread. Clay tablets gave way to parchment. The last known cuneiform tablet dates to the 1st century CE, long after Babylon's golden age. A quiet literary sunset. Scribes pressed their final wedges with the same care as their ancestors. When the tradition faded, it faded quietly. Memory and myth, how later cultures reimagined Babylon. Babylon never disappeared from human imagination. Biblical memory. For centuries, Babylon appeared in stories, psalms, prophetic writings. Sometimes as a symbol of power, sometimes of pride, sometimes of exile, but always as a place of magnitude. Classical writers. Greek and Roman historians describe Babylon with awe, drawing from travelers' tales. Wide streets, lush gardens, ornate gates. Much of what they recorded blended fact and myth. Modern rediscovery. When archaeologists arrived in the 19th and 20th centuries, they uncovered the Ishtar Gate. They unearthed tablets. They traced canals. They mapped temples. The real Babylon emerged from centuries of sand. The legacy of Babylon echoes in the modern world. Babylon profoundly shaped legal traditions, mathematics, astronomy, language, literature, city planning, art, religion, law. The idea of written law codes began in Mesopotamia. Writing. Cuneiform paved the way for all later writing systems. Mathematics. Our 60-minute hour and 360-degree circle originate in Babylonian mathematics. Astronomy. Babylonians tracked planets and predicted eclipses. Stories. The Epic of Gilgamesh continues to inspire readers worldwide. Architecture. The idea of monumental, symbolic buildings, ziggurats, towers, temples, echoes in countless cultures. The emotional meaning of Babylon's end. Babylon did not vanish. It transformed into memory, story, legacy, foundation. Its end was not tragic. It was gentle, like the final light of sunset fading across ancient walls. People continued to live, dream, work, and hope in its ruins long after empires changed hands. Babylon's true legacy lies not in its fall, but in its enduring influence on human civilization. A sleep-friendly closing, standing among Babylon's ruins at twilight. Imagine now the ruins of Babylon at dusk. The sun lowers behind distant palms. Warm light touches the broken edges of ancient bricks. A soft breeze moves through the remains of old courtyards. Canals long dry now hold only shadows. A single bird calls in the distance. You walk slowly among the remnants of temples and homes. The air is peaceful. The world is quiet. Though the people who lived here are long gone, their presence lingers softly, carried in the earth, in the stones, in the faint traces of wedge marks pressed into clay thousands of years ago. As night settles, the stars appear, the same stars Babylonian astronomers once watched from rooftops, the same constellations shepherds once recognized in river valleys. Their world drifts gently into yours. Let the memory of Babylon settle like a warm glow around you. Let this ancient city, with all its beauty and quiet strength, guide you toward rest. As we bring this journey through ancient Babylon to a close, let your mind drift gently over the landscapes we visited, the quiet courtyards, the soft glow of temple lamps, the patient work of scribes, the peaceful rhythms of families living beside slow-moving canals. These stories, carried across thousands of years, remind us that even the greatest civilizations were shaped by ordinary people moving through their days with care, curiosity, and hope. Thank you for resting here tonight, and for letting history keep you company as you drift toward sleep. Until next time, may your dreams be calm and your nights peaceful. Background Historian out.